Sports. We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
On this last day of May, more like November in Milwaukee. Yesterday's rain has moved on, but windy and cold along Lake Michigan. Temps in the 40s here this morning, but the D-backs bats all toasty warm inside Miller Park. Diamondbacks baseball presented by Sanderson Ford. On our last road trip, getting swept in Philly was followed by a D-back sweep at Miami. Same pattern in play today. D-backs trying to follow 3 losses in St. Louis with 3 wins in Milwaukee, and the Brooms are out on Fox Sports Arizona. Greetings from Miller Park. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly along the way. The D-backs today going for a 3-game sweep of the Brewers, and with the way Paul Goldschmidt hits in this ballpark, Bob, it's hard to bet against them right now.
You know, this has been a perfect storm for first-time manager Craig Counsell. You got a ballpark that's very offense-friendly, and you got an offense that is really swinging the bats, including Paul Goldschmidt at the very top of the list. You see his numbers here at Miller Park. If he goes 1 for 1 today, he'll be hitting an even .500 in Miller Park.
Diamondbacks have had at least 10 hits a game in their last 7 games here in this ballpark. The entire offense has been rolling here. It's a great hitter's park, and the home run ball has been a key force in this series so far.
Yeah, they've been banging it up and down the lineup. Of course, this Brewers pitching staff very vulnerable right now, missing some key pieces, but the D-backs offense scoring 14 runs, hitting well over 300, 6 home runs by 5 different players so far in the first 2 games of this series.
And that offense today gets to face a young man making his major league debut, just up from Double-A, his first season above A-ball. So the Diamondbacks offense has a chance perhaps here to feast as they go to sweep the Brewers, and they chase another series sweep on the road here. Chase Anderson looking for a win. Diamondbacks baseball is next on Fox Sports Arizona. Arizona is brought to you in part by Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Try the new legendary Buttery Jack from Jack in the Box today.
Our exclusive coverage of Diamondbacks baseball continues here from beautiful Miller Park in Milwaukee. The Diamondbacks and the Brewers coming up in just a bit. I'm Todd Walsh inside the Arizona Diamondbacks dugout now. Certainly the narrative of this road trip, the fact that the Diamondbacks were swept in St. Louis. We know that. A tough series at Busch Stadium. However, as we've been telling you, after the third and final game there, Diamondbacks manager Chip Hale went into that clubhouse and addressed his team. What did he say? Well, there's something about the way they played against the Cardinals that he liked. That message was delivered, and we're starting to hear it coming back from the players, like today's starting pitcher, in fact, Chase Anderson.
We had a chance to win all three of those games, if you ask me. We were in all of them. Our team battled, and just the Cardinals, they just know how to get that hit or get it done, and I think this team has the tangibles to do that. It's just a matter of time. And he just told us to keep our heads up. We battle, we play hard, and we have a really good group here. Just keep going because we got a lot of good players in this locker room.
All right, so here we go, folks. When we come back, Steve Bertheo and Bob Brenly have the call. Third and final game of the series. Diamondbacks looking for the sweep on the road. We'll come back to Miller Park for first pitch in a moment.
Have won 11 of their last 16 games against Milwaukee, including 7 of their last 8 here at Miller Park. And Chase Anderson, who has been their road warrior, on the mound today, facing a rookie making his major league debut, your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Brewers. It's Tyler Wagner. After an impressive half season or so in Double-A, taking the rotation spot of the injured Willie Peralta. Here's his manager, Craig Counsell.
His best, pitch is a sinking fastball. He gets a lot of ground balls, and I think his athleticism is something that has helped him, make adjustments quickly, and take to being a starter and take to developing his other pitches, slider and a changeup.
Well, Bob, this young man, 24 years old, just turned 24 in January. Something of a mystery even to Brewers followers.
Yeah, I was talking to Bill Schroeder, the fine TV analyst for the Brewers, and he said, I've never seen him pitch. Don't ask me what he has, but young man really did a nice job down in Biloxi in Double-A. They're waiting for their new ballpark in Double-A, so they've played nothing but road games up to this point of the season. So in a very odd quirk of fate, Tyler Wagner making his first home start anywhere this season, even though he had 9 starts in Double-A. He was 5-1 with an ERA just over 2.
Yeah, he was not in big league camp this spring and has never pitched a season prior to this year as a professional above the A-ball level. So he didn't make a spring training start. So the mystery unveiled here today. Let's take a look at the lineup for Chip Hale's Diamondbacks that will face the rookie right-hander.
A.J. Pollock in center field leading it off here this afternoon. Cliff Pennington at shortstop giving Nick Ahmed a day off. Paul Goldschmidt has been red hot at first base. David Peralta out in left. Mark Trumbo very quietly having a nice road trip. Yasmani Tomas at third base. Jared Saltalamacchia doing the catching. Chris Owings at second and Chase Anderson on the mound.
Brewers have lost 7 straight games. The Diamondbacks going for the 3-game sweep. Ryan Blakeney is our plate umpire. A.J. Pollock at 309 and 5 homers is in there, and we are underway on a chilly Sunday afternoon just outside downtown Milwaukee. There's strike one. Wagner, a big dude out there, 6'3", 195. That is a fair ball. Herrera, long throw at third, one away. Take a look at the Brewers around their rookie right-hander. It's Milwaukee's Mid-First Bank starting defense.
You might need a program for this lineup. Gerardo Parra out in left field. Carlos Gomez in center. Ryan Braun in right field. Elian Herrera at third base. Gene Segura at shortstop. Luis Sardinas at second base. Rogers. His first name is Jason Rogers. Martin Maldonado doing the catching for Tyler Wagner, the right-hander.
Cliff Pennington. Now we know it's supposed to be 108 back home, BB. Here in Milwaukee today, just after 1 o'clock local time, a cool and crisp 50 degrees outside the ballpark. It's 68 inside. And Pennington quickly down 0-2. It was in the 40s when we left the hotel this morning. The wind was howling off the lake in downtown Milwaukee.
Had frost warnings on the news last night.
Come on, man. Tomorrow's June. Not here. Bouncer to shortstop, Gene Segura. 2 up, 2 down, and here comes trouble for Tyler Wagner. Paul Goldschmidt.
And every other pitcher in baseball.
Fair point. Fair point. Goldie's second in the National League and hitting at .345 for the year. He's behind only Miami's D. Gordon. Third in the league in RBIs. Second in on-base percentage, slugging percentage, and OPS. And he has torched this ballpark ever since he's been a big leaguer. 5 pitches, all strikes, all fastballs so far for Tyler Wagner. Make it 6. Here are the numbers for Goldie. 11 games at Miller Park, 9 doubles, 6 homers, and 16 RBIs. He's hitting almost 500 in this yard. And he drives that one over the head of Ryan Braun deep to right field, and he's at it again. Paul Goldschmidt, 2 homers yesterday, 1 more here today. That is his 15th, and it's 1-0 D-backs. And he is now 24 for 48 all-time at Miller Park.
I'm not great at math, but that's a cool 500 batting average. Man.
You get an A, and so does he.
Oh, brother. It just absolutely crushes this sinker. Down and in. Not a bad pitch from young Tyler Wagner, but what a great swing by Paul Goldschmidt, driving it to the opposite field. Braun gives it a cursory look, and then it sails over the Diamondbacks bullpen in right center.
Unbelievable. A pair of 3-hit games so far in this series, and today 1 for 1 with his 15th home run of the year. 0-1 to David Peralta in the cleanup spot this afternoon. And he tries to drop a bunt down away from the shift, but it rolls up the line foul.
Wow.
24 for 48 at Miller Park for his career.
And as always, gets back to the bench, helping his teammates. Mark Trumbo looking into the dugout, asking what the pitch was. I'm not sure what happened there to David Peralta on that bunt attempt. Ball may have hit him in the hand somehow.
Ryan DePanfilo, the assistant trainer, is out there. Let's have a look.
That left hand way up the barrel of the bat and actually took that bunt off part of his hand. Well, he's got his fingers wrapped around the front of the bat.
Peralta was not in the lineup here yesterday, but had a big night at the plate Friday. Was on base 4 times with a double and a home run. He also walked twice. Ender Inciarte not in the starting lineup this afternoon, getting the day off, but is ready to go just in case David can't continue. Looks like he's going to come out of the ball game. Peralta with an 0-2 count up there will leave the game, and Ender Inciarte will finish the at-bats.
A good idea by David Peralta to try to beat that exaggerated pull shift, just bad execution. You clearly could see he had his fingers wrapped around the front part of the bat that was facing Tyler Wagner, and needless to say, that's not a good way to try to bunt.
And so Ender at just under 300 on the year, 6 hits on the road trip, including a home run in Friday's series opener here at Miller Park, will finish the at-bat and presumably stay in the game in left field. He's up there with an 0-2 count, 297 on the year.
I have to believe, since Wagner has never been in big league camp with the Brewers, he's never pitched at the major league level, he's never pitched against above Double-A. Martin Maldonado has probably not seen a lot of his starting pitcher today.
Finally here, Wagner starting to throw some pitches that aren't strikes. His first 2 balls of the ball game so far to Inciarte. By the way, this at bat will count for Peralta, even with Inciarte finishing up. And suddenly Wagner, who had thrown nothing but strikes, has thrown 3 straight balls. He's behind 3-2.
A lot of Brewers fans were questioning the selection of Wagner to take this start today. Wondered why they didn't call up somebody from AAA, but Craig Counsell said this guy has earned it. Even pitching at the Double-A level, he's been the best pitcher in the Brewers minor league system in the early going, so he's the guy that gets the nod.
Yeah, impressive with the Biloxi Shuckers in the Southern League. 5-1, a 2.01 ERA, and only 45 hits allowed in just over 53 innings. His first year as a professional above A ball, and here after only 9 Double-A starts. Bounce to shortstop, Segura. Well, the Diamondbacks lose David Peralta, but Paul Goldschmidt at it again, his 15th of the year. A solo shot, and halfway through the first, the Diamondbacks have the lead. For the D-backs, here he is, Chase Anderson.
I think the key is just keep attacking. I mean, they're fast. Cardinals are a fastball hitting team. This team can hit fastballs pretty good. But I think if you locate that pitch, you can beat anybody, and you can be successful. My goal is just to keep the ball on the ground. Is the main key. I know I gave up like 10 hits last outing, but 5 or 6 of those are just, we're in good holes or, just right over the infield. But for me, just battle. I mean, I'm a battler. I'm a competitor. I might not have the best stuff, but I like to battle and compete. That's my thing.
In there against the Brewers shortstop, Gene Segura, who leads it off. Chase allowed 10 hits in 6 innings his previous start. That was last Monday at St. Louis, but kept the Cardinals to just 2 runs. And you see the numbers, his 10th start this year, looking for just his 2nd win. Tied for the major league lead in no decisions. And Chase's 2.59 ERA this year is good for 8th best in the National League.
Over his last 5 games started a 1.39 ERA, but yet only the 1 win to show for it.
Quickly ahead of Gene Segura, 0-2.
And you heard Chase talking about keeping the ball on the ground, which would be a real good idea in this ballpark.
Segura just under 270, a pair of homers. He's got 3 hits in the series, including a double in Friday's series opener, which was his first game back from injury. Segura missed 2 weeks this month with a fractured right pinky finger, suffered sliding headfirst into third, and just got back. This is the lineup for Craig Counsell here this afternoon.
Gene Segura at shortstop, Gerardo Parra out in left field, Ryan Braun in right field, Carlos Gomez in center, Jason Rogers at first base, Elian Herrera at third.
Saw a fly out to Inciarte, who is in there in left field, replacing Peralta, 1 away. Take a look at the Diamondbacks around Chase Anderson. It's our mid-first bank starting defense.
Graphics crew right on top of it. Ender Inciarte out in left field, filling in for David Peralta. A.J. Pollock in center. Mark Trumbo in right. It'll be Tomas, Pennington, Owings, and Goldschmidt third to first across the infield. Jared Saltalamacchia doing the catching for Chase Anderson.
And if you're just joining us, David Peralta was in the starting lineup, adding cleanup, and apparently injured his hand on a bunt attempt and had to leave the ball game midway through his at bat. So Inciarte is off the bench and in the lineup. Here is former D-back Gerardo Parra, and he looks at ball 1. 285 on the year, a pair of homers. Tomas in on the grass at third. There's a strike. Parra had a pair of hits, including a double in Friday's series opener, was 0 for 3 yesterday. He had to come in to replace their injured left fielder, Chris Davis. And the news on Davis is not good. He tore the meniscus in his right knee while striking out in his first at bat yesterday. Took an awkward swing. That back leg kind of buckled on him, and now Davis will have to have surgery. So Parra should figure to be the regular guy out there, at least for the time being. This was Chris Davis's first at bat yesterday.
The back leg, that right knee, kind of awkwardly buckled as he completed his swing. Limped his way back to that first base dugout. Didn't appear to be anything too serious at the time, but as it turns out, he's going to require surgery on Tuesday.
So for the 2nd straight game, each team has lost a left fielder during their first at bats. Davis yesterday and Peralta today. 2-2 on Parra. Bouncer to second, right to Chris Owings. 2 up, 2 down. There's the first ground ball out today for Chase Anderson. Now it's Ryan Braun. Braun just under 270 for the year. 12 homers and 37 RBIs. He is in the top 5 in the National League in both those categories. And since the 28th of April, no player in baseball has more RBIs than Ryan Braun, and only Bryce Harper has hit more homers. He has really picked it up after a slow start. Strike 1. Braun with 3 hits in the series, all singles. Ken Crenshaw giving Chip Hale the update on David Peralta's finger. injured during a bunt attempt in the top of this inning. Had to leave the ball game in the middle of the at-bats. And as soon as we find out what Ken has just told Chip, we'll pass it along to you. It seems a shame to lose a key hitter like that, Bob, on a basic fundamental play.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways to teach the fine art of bunting. But I've never heard of one where you wrap your hand all the way around the bat. I mean, obviously that hitting area facing the pitcher, you want to keep your hand out of that particular area. You can slide your hand way up the barrel of the bat as long as you keep your fingers and your knuckles behind the barrel.
It looked like David got a finger stuck between the ball and the bat trying to bunt for a base hit away from the shift. Here's a look.
His hand is wrapped around the bat. Catches him right on the tip of the fingers. I was taught very early on. There's many different ways to do it, but a coach told me one time, put your finger out like you're making a gun with your index finger and your thumb, and then pull the trigger, and the bat should lay right in there with your thumb behind the bat and your bat laying on top of your fingers.
Chase Anderson, 93-mile-an-hour fastball, blows it by Braun, and he works a 1-2-3 first. Diamondbacks lead the Brewers 1-0. Last chance to beat the Heat, and today's word, appropriately, is brats. Log on to foxsportsarizona.com/beattheheat and enter brats for your chance to win a trip to San Diego for the July 4th weekend. Hurry up, today is the last day. Brats. The password is brats. You've got the Polish, you've got the Italian, you've got the chorizo. Oh, how about the pepperonis on that pizza? He's got a brat. She's got the breakfast pizza going there.
Put sausage on everything up here.
It usually works out.
I guess
brats on either end there.
Yeah, I guess the word of the day could be brats, you know, if you're surrounded by some unruly youngsters.
Give the brat a brat. There's the strike to Mark Trumbo. Trumbo 274, now 8 homers. He's got 22 RBIs. Tyler Wagner up there throwing strikes for the most part. Diamondback hitters have been taking at least one. Just to have a look at this kid making his major league debut just up from Double-A.
He's faced 5 hitters and thrown strike 1 to all 5. I think that's a good plan of attack, though, against a guy you've never seen before. At least take a pitch or two, see the arm angle, see the release point. Try to get some rhythm with his windup or stretch out there on the mound.
Well, Wagner says he's a big advocate of visualization. You ever do that? Visualizing your golf swing or whatever it is. He likes to do that. And he said his goal for today will be trying not to notice the 40,000 people here at the ballpark. Trumbo drives this one right at Braun, and it's over his head and off the wall. Mark Trumbo hustling into second, and he's in there with a double. His 10th double this year. Well, Mark had 3 hits yesterday, and he's at it again today.
Yeah, very similar to the pitch that Paul Goldschmidt hit out of here in very nearly the same location. Sinker inside part of the plate and moving farther in, and Trumbo was able to stay inside that ball and drive it with authority. Braun really fooled by that line drive.
That's his 7th hit on the road trip, and now after a day off yesterday, it's Yasmani Tomas. Trumbo in scoring position to lead off the second. Base hit. Andy Green will stop Trumbo at third, and they're on the corners for Jared Saltalamacchia. So Tomas, the 11-game hit streak ended. He got the day off yesterday, and he's starting a new streak today.
When the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks victory, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
Well, rookie Tyler Wagner, his major league debut. He gave up a long homer to Paul Goldschmidt in the first. He's in immediate trouble in the second. 2 on, nobody out for Saltalamacchia. And he looks at ball one. Salty 2 for 33 to start his year. He was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts in his D-backs debut here Friday. Replacing the injured Tuffy Gozowish, who has at least a partial tear of the ACL in his knee. We'll know more when we get back to Phoenix tonight and tomorrow. There's a strike. And so Saltalamacchia, after 9 games at AAA Reno following his release from the Marlins, is going to be doing most of the Diamondbacks catching work from here on in.
It's been a large portion of his morning today here at Miller Park, sitting with Chase Anderson, talking about sequences.
That kicks away from Maldonado. Trumbo will score. Tomas into second, and it's 2-0 D-backs. A gift run there from Tyler Wagner.
I mentioned Maldonado has probably not seen a lot of Tyler Wagner, if any. He has not looked comfortable catching that 2-seam sinker, especially those ones on the third base side of the plate. Really scuffling to catch them, and that time scuffling to block it.
So it's 2-0 D-backs. Tomas in scoring position. 2 balls and a strike to Salty. 3-1.
Yeah, I mentioned Jared Saltalamacchia, Chase Anderson. We're sitting down looking at the scouting report on the Brewers, talking about which sign are we going to use with the runner at second. What pitch do you like to throw in certain situations? Trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible with this D-backs pitching staff.
Fly ball left field, Parra. And that's the first out in the second. Batting in the 8th spot for Chip Hale today, it's Chris Owings getting the start at second base. And CO's bat has perked up a little lately after sitting out 2 of the 3 games in St. Louis. He's hit safely in 3 straight. He's got 4 hits on the road trip and is in there at .241 with 2 homers. Tyler Wagner from Las Vegas. He pitched at the University of Utah, where he was a closer for much of his career. Brewers got him with a 4th round pick in the 2012 draft. .91. Big swing and a miss from CO, and he's down 0-2. As Bob mentioned, this is Tyler Wagner's first home game this year. None of his Biloxi Shuckers teammates have played a home game either. The Shuckers have been waiting to open their new ballpark. That comes up June 6th, and Wagner was in line to pitch that game. That's kind of a big deal. I've been looking forward to that for years, that AA franchise. After 55 road games this year, they have been playing in their old facility in Huntsville, Alabama, but Wagner will trade that start in for this one, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And Wagner said he thought it was actually helpful for the team to spend that much time together on the road to start the season. It doesn't take long to get to know your new teammates when you're on the road together all the time, living in hotels, riding on buses.
He's had a tough time getting that third strike in there to Chris Owings. 1-2 now. The Brewers need something here. Wagner's replacing the injured Willie Peralta in their rotation. Milwaukee has lost 34 games, matching their 1970 and 72 teams for the most losses in the first 50 games of a season in their history. That 70 Brewer club lost 97. 72 team lost 91. And the Brewers this year have already spent 52 days in last place in their division. This is going to drop in for another run. Andy Green waves home Tomas, and he is in there. An RBI single for Chris Owings, and it's 3-0 Diamondbacks.
Finally got a hittable fastball down and in. Drives it out to that gap in left center. Gerardo Parra, we know all about his throwing arm, but with 2 outs in the inning, Tomas got a great jump at second base and scored easily.
Rick Kranitz, the Brewers pitching coach, is out there with the entire Milwaukee infield, trying to help Tyler Wagner here get his feet underneath him in his major league debut.
I stand corrected. Only 1 out in the inning, so that made that jump even better by Yasmani Tomas.
Paul Goldschmidt, a solo homer. Yes, he did it again in the top of the first inning, his 15th. Diamondbacks have 3 hits in the inning. Trumbo scored on a wild pitch after a double and a single by Tomas, and now the Owings RBI has made it 3-zip. Still only 1 out. Here's Chase Anderson. Elian Herrera coming in on the grass at third. And Rogers holding Owings on the bag at first. It's the bunt down. Wagner has only 1 play.
Anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
So a nice bunt by Chase Anderson. 2 outs now. And Owings in scoring position for the leadoff man, A.J. Pollock. A.J. grounded out his first time. He did not go. Hunter Wendelstedt, the crew chief, is down there at first. A.J. homered here in Friday's series opener. He's got 5 hits on the trip, but was 0 for 5 yesterday. This was A.J. Friday night.
The Diamondbacks hitters in this series have been spraying them all over the place with authority. That ball just off the top of the fence in front of the Diamondbacks bullpen in right center, but just hit it where it's pitched, try to put a good swing on it and hit it hard.
A 2-run homer in the 9th inning, one of 4 Diamondback home runs in that ball game. And A.J.'s ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. This is not going as I imagine Tyler Wagner had envisioned when he uses his visualization.
Yeah, probably not. I imagine he didn't visualize hitting David Peralta in the finger either. And maybe that delay. I mean, before the delay, he was throwing nothing but strikes, pounding it in there.
Yeah, had not thrown a single ball before Peralta had to leave the game after injuring himself trying to bunt.
And the short delay is they checked David Peralta's status, eventually took him out of the ball game. Ender Inciarte took a little while to warm up, taking some extra swings in that on-deck circle before he continued the at-bat.
Inciarte grounded out to end the inning, but the Diamondbacks, 3 of the first 4 in the inning, in this inning, have reached, and now they're going to tack on another run here. As A.J. Pollock drives CO home from second, and it's 4-0 D-backs.
And this is really bad news for Craig Counsell and the Brewers, a team that has struggled not only on the mound but offensively. They've had trouble putting runs on the board, period, especially coming from behind in ball games. Take advantage. Big hole up the middle of the field that time. A.J. just rolled it into center field for an RBI hit.
Cliff Pennington. Penny getting the start at shortstop today.
That ball might have hit A.J. as he went back in there on the head first slide. I don't know if Rogers even got leather on it.
He's up there smiling now, thankfully. Let's take a look.
A slight flinch towards second base. Yeah, I don't think Rogers ever got a glove on that ball. Looked like it hit A.J. somewhere around the ribs.
Fourth hit in this inning for the D-backs. He gets a running start. Maldonado the throw. Not in time, and Pollock has his 12th steal this year. He got another one of those walking leads that the Diamondbacks have seemed to do so well lately against a variety of pitchers. And in this case, it's a rookie in his big league debut. Lost track of the runner at first.
Well, after the pickoff throw to first base that hit A.J. Pollock, I guess he and the Diamondbacks figured he's not going to come over here a second time. You could see him taking an extra step, another step, eventually just turned and broke for second base. Now watch A.J. here. He gets his lead, and then I'm going to go, I'm going to go.
So many times we've seen Diamondback base runners do that. The lead is almost too good, and it seems like they get nervous and they say, well, this can't be right. He hasn't even looked over here yet, and I'm halfway to second. So finally just took off. 12 steals now. He's only been caught 4 times. Play on at second. Better throw from Wagner that time, but Pollock is back in time.
While we have a chance, let's take a look at our Valley Honda keys to the game today. Let's give Mr. Wagner a rude welcome. The Diamondbacks offensively have done that already. And after the game, make sure Goldie gets on the team plane. I think he would want to stay and hit in Miller Park all summer long if he was allowed.
The numbers have been ridiculous now. A 500 career hitter in this ballpark with 7 homers. 2-1 to Pennington. Giving the fans a thrill down there. Goldie with that back foot up against the wall in the on-deck circle, no matter what the ballpark. Same spot every time. Jim Weber taking some pictures. Hey, take my picture with Goldie. There's our buddy Jim in the front row. As always, he always has great seats. Got to come on. 2-2 to Pennington. He is not in the Euchre seats, Jim Weber. That is the Euchre seat. Section 422, way up in the very last row behind, sort of behind home plate, really more behind the Brewer on deck circle there. You can see the statue of Bob Uecker, and it's fittingly behind a giant post. And it is a hike up there. My wife Cindy and I went up there yesterday to take some pictures, and you get dizzy. You're up so high. It's steep.
It's a steady stream of fans going up there to get their picture taken in that area.
Oh, it's like Santa at the mall at Christmas time. Segura throws out Pennington, and the inning finally ends for Tyler Wagner. But the Diamondbacks put up 3 more, and they lead the Brewers 4-0, going for the sweep in Milwaukee. The Selig experience, brand new here at Miller Park. The former Brewers owner, of course, and MLB commissioner, now commissioner emeritus. And there's a whole display. It's like a museum in there, documenting the history of Bud Selig bringing baseball back to Milwaukee after the Braves left for Atlanta. And the Seattle Pilots moved here. And it's a terrific exhibit. I tried to get in, and I got shut out. I mean, it is really popular here, and I've heard nothing but great things. Even Tom Candiotti liked it, and Candy didn't like anything. Gomez lines out to Inciarte. Candy went with the governor yesterday or the day before. They were raving about how great the Selig experience was, and of course it's Bud Selig bobblehead day at the ballpark today.
Of course, Candy and the governor probably got a private guided
tour.
Yeah, that's true. You had to stand in line with the rest of the fans.
Same old story. Great old photos and a Bud Selig hologram that appears. Weird, wild stuff. Jason Rogers, the starting first baseman today. Adam Lind has the afternoon off. And he looks at strike one.
You know, and behind every great man, and I do consider Bud Selig to be a great man for everything he did for the game of baseball, is a great woman. And his wife, Sue, is one of the most delightful, pleasant ladies. Given the job that her husband has had over the years, taking a lot of abuse and a lot of criticism, Sue has been the one to keep him going in the right direction.
Well, it's almost beyond debate to look at the state of the game right now versus when Bud Selig took over. And baseball has never been healthier. Rogers, a one-out single, first hit for Milwaukee against Chase Anderson. He has done a tremendous job as commissioner now that Rob Manfred has taken over. He'll try to carry the torch for Bud Selig. But he'll always be remembered very fondly as the man who brought baseball back to Milwaukee. A great baseball town. The Braves, of course, won the World Series here in '57. Bob Uecker on that team. Henry Aaron, Eddie Matthews. Elian Herrera, the third baseman today. With a one out and one on. There's Ueck. Joe Block next to him on Brewers Radio. Some great names here in Milwaukee baseball. Henry Aaron, of course, was a Brave for a long time. Finished his career as a Brewer. Hit home run number 755 in a Brewer uniform at Old County Stadium. A.J. Pollock tracks that down at the left center field gap. 2 outs. Our T-Mobile game-changing player the road warrior. Look at these numbers for Chase Anderson. 5 road starts this year, a 1.72 ERA.
3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Some guys just don't like pitching away from their home mound more than anything else. The mound that they get accustomed to and feel comfortable on, but doesn't seem to make any difference to Chase.
Chase today making his 4th consecutive road start and his 5th this month. Sardinius, that's a fair ball. Goldie steps on the bag and a nice tidy 8-pitch second for the road warrior, Chase Anderson, who leads it 4-0.
As you see, the handful of games I played here, you see the ball very well here. Ask Ben Sheets, and the ball really travels well here. I've seen some balls carry out of here that I'm like, oh, that's a long fly ball. Oh my gosh, that's not only gone, it's way out of here. So the ball carries well here. You see it very well and fast infield. This is a good place to hit.
Todd Walsh back here at Miller Park. That's Mark Grace. I was trying to advance the theory, guys. You know, baseball players, creatures of habit, and that batter's eye here at Miller Park looks so much like the one at Chase Field. I was asking around the room this morning, hey, is there anything to this? Maybe a little more of a comfort zone, but nobody really bid on it. Tried.
Going fishing. Goldie knocks that one in the seats. It's funny that the battered eye does look a lot like the one at Chase Field. Yep. Same type of background, and as we know and we've learned this weekend, the ball flies here in this park, roof open or closed. But you see the mixture of light in that shot. You've got the artificial light and the natural sunlight coming through the windows. You know, Nomar Garciaparra hated this park. He used to tell me all the time that mixture of light that comes in here sometimes made it hard to see the baseball, he said.
Day games can be tough, especially for the defenders on the first base side. There's a lot of glass up there behind the first base line. Very tough for defenders to see the ball later in the ball game.
And they've worked on that batter's eye, but there you can see the very tall, bright windows on either side here behind first and third base. All that natural light on a nice sunny day like we have today comes in and mixes with the artificial light. It can look a little weird from time to time. But the Diamondbacks have been crushing the ball at Miller Park, regardless of the light, night or day. Last 7 games here, going into today, the D-backs have hit 14 doubles and 15 home runs. And at least 10 hits per game and 7 straight at Miller Park. So far, 4 runs on 5 hits through 2 innings. 0-2 to Goldie, misses, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. This was Goldie in the first.
Whew. Man, that sound. Crisp ball hitting bat.
His 7th career homer in just over 12 games in this ballpark. This would be the 12th. So I guess just under 12 games. 2-2 now.
Widely.
Not even close, huh? And some of those ballparks are tiny. Minute Maid Park, Great American Park, Rogers Center, always a great place to hit in Toronto. Now Goldie, now he's over 500 career in this yard. He's 2 for 2 and halfway to a cycle. That makes him, I'm just going to keep going, 25 for 49 here all time. That's nuts.
Well, and the amazing thing about yesterday's game, when he hit 2 home runs, one in the 3rd, one in the 4th inning against Kyle Loesch, both of them came when he had 2 strikes. A 1-2 slider in the 3rd inning, he hit for a solo homer, and then a 2-2 fastball, by the way, with first base open and 2 runners on. Hit a fastball out of here. 2 strikes, no strikes, makes no difference to Goldie.
0-2 pitch right back up the box for a leadoff single, and Wagner in his major league debut now at 50 pitches. .33 for strikes. 0-1 to Inciarte, who checked into the ball game midway through with David Peralta at bat. If you're just joining us, Peralta appeared to injure his finger trying to bunt away from a shift in the 1st inning and had to leave the ball game. And mid at bat, Inciarte came in, grounded out, and took over in left field. So Ender in the cleanup spot here today. One more look at the David Peralta injury. So he had to leave after the 0-2 count. That was it.
And if teams are going to continue to play that pull shift for David Peralta, I think that's something he really does need to work on. That's a valuable offensive weapon against the shift.
Ender slaps it the other way into left. First 2 have reached for the Diamondbacks in the 3rd after 3 of the first 4 reached against Tyler Wagner in the 2nd. Already 4 runs on 7 hits. And here's Trumbo, who doubled and scored his first time up.
Amazing number here for Ender Inciarte, and I think this is a byproduct of the fact that he sees so many pitches every at bat. By the 2nd time he faces a pitcher in a ball game, he's hitting over 500. Try to see as many pitches as you can in that first at bat and use it to your advantage the 2nd time you face that guy.
One is fouled off. Well, the Diamondbacks playing their final game this year in this great hitters ballpark with the Goldie homer in the 1st. Have now extended their streak of 8 straight games with a home run. It's now up to 9. Hashtag vote Goldie. 9 straight games with a home run for the D-backs.
Back to Inciarte for just a moment. He came in for David Peralta. It was an 0-2 count, and he still saw 6 pitches in that at bat.
Well, he's become very pesky and very good, especially when he's trying to go the other way to left field, at just fouling off pitch after pitch until he gets one he can do something with. And a disruptor on the bases, although he's got Goldie ahead of him here. 2 on, nobody out. An 0-2 count on Trumbo. Just saw activity in the Brewer bullpen. Goforth is warming up. Trumbo strikes out. And that's the first major league strikeout for Tyler Wagner.
It's on that power sinker. You know, Wagner found out he was coming up here to make this start in kind of a neat way. You know, we've heard a lot of stories about guys getting called to the major leagues and the manager goes to their room in the middle of the night, wakes them up or whatever. Carlos Subero, the manager down in Biloxi, actually called a team meeting. Everybody was sitting in the clubhouse, and he made the announcement, and Wagner's teammates were ecstatic. Gave him a standing ovation.
Yasmani Tomas. I like that better than pulling a joke on him and yelling at him and pretending to be mad and then going, just kidding. Must have been a great moment for him. Tomas singled and scored a run his first time up. Yeah, Enrique Burgos' the story. Bobby Hammock had to break into his apartment to wake him up and tell him. He thought there was trouble. Tomas, day off yesterday after his hitting streak ended Friday. He was 0 for 5, although he did drive in a run in that ball game with an RBI ground out. Struck out twice. 1-1 pitch. He's got a little Miguel Montero in him when he makes those types of swings. Watch the head. We used to see this with Miggy all the time. The head will come up.
A lot of hitters will tell you that once they pass the point of contact and it's not there, the head just tends to fly out anyway.
1-2. Since the middle of April, only Jorge Soler and Chris Bryant, the pair of Cub rookies, have more hits than Yasmani Tomas. In there, called strike 3. So how about Tyler Wagner? A pair of singles to lead off the inning, and then back-to-back strikeouts.
Pretty close there on that outside corner. You see where Maldonado sets up. Maybe just nip the bottom of the zone right there.
So now 2 on and 2 outs for Jared Saltalamacchia, who flied out his first time up. Salty's family is here for this series. Went down. Cindy and I sat down behind the plate yesterday and sat with all the D-backs families. Jeremy Hellickson had a whole bunch of relatives who drove up from Iowa to watch him pitch yesterday. And Teffa Gozowish had a big contingent. Salty's family was there. Amy Goldschmidt. A lot of D-backs here at the ballpark this weekend. The D-backs fans out above the Brewer bullpen in left field, some sitting behind third base. You see some Sedona Reds scattered throughout the ballpark. They're all over the place here today, all weekend long. One. Finally back home for a while. It's been a long haul on the road. First of 3 against the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show starts at 6 o'clock on Fox Sports Arizona. That'll be Archie Bradley and Alex Wood. Cole Mentor and Miller on Tuesday. De La Rosa starts Wednesday. 2-1 misses, and it's 3 balls and a strike. Chris Owings, an RBI single his first time up. He would be next. Goldschmidt is the runner at second. Inciarte at first. 2 outs, 3-1 to Salty. That's in the dirt. Ball 4. The bases are loaded for CO. First walk issued by Tyler Wagner. Go forth is ready. Chris Owings has now hit in 4 straight games, 5 hits on the trip. Goldie at third. Ender and Ciarte at second. Saltalamacchi at first. Owings an RBI single. He scored a run his first time up. In there for a strike, 0-1. Good to see CO taking some pitches up there. A little more patient. His style at the plate has always been to attack. He's always been aggressive up there. Very low walk rates throughout his professional career. The fly ball out to Braun in right. And Tyler Wagner leaves him loaded, but the D-backs lead it 4-0. And now to give Dad the gift he really wants, a day at the ballpark. The Diamondbacks and the Padres, June 21st. That's a 1:10 afternoon start at Chase Field. And the first 10,000 dads will get a D-backs Dad t-shirt courtesy of Audi. Get your Father's Day tickets right now at dbacks.com. Bottom third at Miller Park, Diamondbacks going for the 3-game sweep of the Brewers. And they lead it 4-0. Martin Maldonado, the Milwaukee catcher, batting 8th in the lineup today, will lead it off. Pitcher spot is due up next. No one in the on-deck circle as of yet. Well, hold on. Here comes somebody now. Yeah, Tyler Wagner might hit here. I thought they might make a change. Down 4-0. Wagner's pitch count is pretty high. But he's out there in the on-deck circle. So far, he's thrown 69 pitches through 3 innings. Maldonado just under 160, a pair of homers. And had a base hit in starting yesterday's ballgame. Maldonado has played a lot this year. Jonathan Lucroy injured. Lucroy just about ready to come back from that broken toe, they think tomorrow. He's been out since the middle of April. Lucroy started a minor league rehab assignment last week and is set to rejoin the team tomorrow. And Maldonado, who last year only started 29 games all season for the Brewers, has already started more games than that this year. Good defensive catcher, never hits a whole lot. Does have very occasional power. And there's a strike from Chase. He's back even 2-2. Chase Anderson trying to continue as the road warrior. That is a fair ball down the left field line. Martin Maldonado is in there at second with a stand-up double, his first of the year.
The Brewers are hoping for a return sooner rather than later for Jonathan Lucroy behind the plate, but in the meantime, Maldonado trying to take advantage of a lot of playing time compared to what he's used to.
Well, now the first major league at bat for rookie Tyler Wagner. Corners come in for the Diamondbacks, and Wagner can't get the bunt down. It's 0-1. Chase Anderson, his last time out, and Chase mentioned this at the top of our broadcast, did a good job of containing the Cardinal damage. Last Monday against St. Louis, 10 hits in 6, but just 2 runs. D-backs lost that game in 10 innings, of course, 3-2. Another no decision for Chase, who is tied for the major league lead in no decisions. There's a strike, and now it's 0-2. Chase tied with the Cubs' Kyle Hendricks, leading the major leagues. And Hendricks, just like Anderson, only 1-1 in 9 starts. He's been ahead of these Brewers hitters all day. 8 of 9 first pitch strikes. And he gets the strikeout. Wagner can't get the bunt down. Second strikeout for Anderson.
Watch Paul Goldschmidt in these sacrifice bunt attempts by Wagner as he charges from first base. He has no responsibility, doesn't have a runner to hold on. He's already halfway in as the pitch is being delivered. He's hoping to get over there and field the ball on the third base side of the field if necessary.
Maldonado on second after a leadoff double, 1 out for Gene Segura, who flied out his first time. And another strike one from Chase Anderson. By Goldie and down the right field line. Maldonado's going to come in and score. Segura heads for second, and he's got an RBI double. Brewers on the board. It's 4-1.
Segura just back off the disabled list yesterday. His first game back, doubled in his first at bat off the DL, and shoots this one just by Goldie down into that right field corner. Driving home Maldonado with the first run of the game for the Brewers.
And now Segura in scoring position for Gerardo Parra. Parra grounded out back in the first. And Parra has been red hot as of late. Got off to a very slow start in his first full season in Milwaukee. He was hitting only about $150 3 weeks into the year, but Parra's been on a sensational run here lately. Hitting .345 over his last 31 games. Just over half of them starts. And so that 150 is now up to just over 280.
That improved batting average may be his ticket out of Milwaukee. We were talking about it in the first game of this series because the Brewers are struggling and seemingly lacking a direction right now. Everybody assumes that any veteran player is going to be available at the trade deadline. Gerardo Parra would really make somebody a nice platoon outfielder or a fourth outfielder. We know he's tremendous defensively, and if he's swinging the bat at all, he'd be a nice piece for a team headed for the postseason.
Popped him up. Saltalamacchia out near the mound. And that's out number 2. Yeah, Parra, Bob, will be 29. He'll hit the open market next year, a free agent for the first time. And so he could be a rent-a-player type guy for half a year.
If you're a corner infielder, you better be careful with Salty around. He gave that mask a good fling right there. Fortunately, Tomas wasn't in the vicinity. That's what you're supposed to do as a catcher. Find the pop-up, get yourself in a position where you think it's going to come down, and then get rid of the mask. So many times the catcher gets rid of that mask too early and ends up stepping in it as he goes after the pop-up.
2 down for Braun, who struck out his first time up against Anderson. That ended the Milwaukee first inning. Chris Owings at second from the outfield grass. CO makes a nice play there to prevent another run crossing. The Salty mask toss. Look out for the mask. Brewers on the board, though. Diamondbacks lead at 4-1 as we go to the 4th at Miller Park. Chase Field. So get your tickets now. Next Saturday, June 6th, the Tony La Russa bobblehead, courtesy of Chevrolet. And then on Saturday, June 20th, fans can get the D-backs backpack, courtesy of Gila River Casinos. Don't miss any giveaway games this year. Get your tickets right now at dbacks.com. Chase Anderson leads off the Arizona 4th against rookie Tyler Wagner. Diamondbacks lead at 4-1. They have out-hit Milwaukee 7-3. That one a little close for comfort.
Oh, wow. Chased him right out of there. No pun intended. Chase Anderson acting like a hitter, looking out over the plate, got a pitch inside.
And looking like a hitter right here. He drives it to the gap in right center field, but Gomez, who's so good out there, runs it down for the first outs. He can really go get him. Former Gold Glove center fielder.
Oh, the Tony La Russa bobblehead doll coming up, and Kyle Loesch, who's now pitching for the Brewers, did his Tony La Russa impersonation back in 2011 in May. Tony was away from the team. Kyle Loesch went out for the lineup card exchange dressed like Tony La Russa. He even had his walk down. Tony had a tendency to take a couple of steps or a couple of strides like he was going to jog and then quickly stop and walk the rest of the way. Kyle Loesch had him down pat.
A.J. Pollock, an RBI single. He's 1 for 2.
Chase is saying, I thought the ball was supposed to carry in this park.
Gave it a ride toward that gap out there, that's for sure, all the way to the warning track. Same thing for A.J. here. Gomez won't get this one, and it rolls to the wall. Pollock has his second hit, and he's thinking 3. And A.J. is in there with a triple. His second this year. That's now 8 hits for the Diamondbacks.
Anytime AJ hits the ball to the right of straightaway center field, he's thinking 3. If he has to, he will stop at second, but he's thinking 3 right out of the batter's box. Took one last look before he got to second base, made his mind up, and easily advances on to third.
May have had a tiny little half bobble out there as Gomez was trying to field that ball off the wall. And now the Brewers infield with 1 out will come in for Cliff Pennington, who is 0 for 2, a pair of groundouts. Let's take a look at Gomez here and see if, I think AJ might have seen a little bobble. Yep, right there. And with that, he was headed for third all the way. The little things, so many little things. As Tony La Russa always says, force the other team into mistakes. And we've seen the Brewers throughout this series, Bob, make a number of mistakes on basic fundamental plays like relays, things like that.
Yeah, and you know, run the bases with your head up. I mean, when you're supposed to, when the ball's in front of you and you can see it clearly. If you can't pick up the ball in your path around the bases, pick up one of your coaches, use their help. All those little things allow you to take advantage of opponents' minor mistakes.
1-1. This will get the run home. It backs up Parra. Still backing up. He's on the track and he runs it down. AJ tags. An RBI for Pennington, and it's 5-1 D-backs. Sometimes you got to live Tomas.
Yeah, I know what's for lunch tomorrow. Tacos.
Boy, the Diamondbacks in this ballpark. Going into this game today, at least 10 hits per game in 7 straight at Miller Park. They've got 8 so far. And during that span, Arizona has averaged just under 6.5 runs per game here. Here's Goldie. Here's another hit. Goldie 3 for 3. They ought to take down one of the Euchre statues here and put Goldie out front. This is unbelievable.
It really is.
And that's going to be it for Tyler Wagner in his major league debut. He has given up 5 runs so far on 9 hits. Responsible for 1 base runner. And he leads after 3 2/3. Diamondbacks going for the sweep. They lead at 5-1. Arizona is brought to you in part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Miller Park in Milwaukee. Well, that's the major league debut of Tyler Wagner. He trails at 5-1, still responsible for 1 base runner. And here's another Brewer pitcher who has made his major league debut last week. This is the right-hander David Goforth, recalled about a week ago from AAA Colorado Springs, and he's out there for the 4th time in the big leagues. Seen him earlier in this series. And he's in there with 2 outs. Goldie, the runner at first, and Ender Inciarte, the hitter. D-back Nation, how about 44? What a series. 3 games in this series, 3 3-hit games for Goldie, and counting. Ender singled his first time up.
Goldie so far 9 for 13 against the Brewers. 3 singles, 3 doubles, 3 homers. Scored 5 runs. He's driven in 5 runs. We're not even halfway through game 3 of this series.
And all time at Miller Park, 26 for 50. That's hard to do. It's supposed to be hard anyway. Jeremy Hellickson said yesterday Goldie is the best player in the game. Both sides of the ball, period. And you'll get no argument from this booth, that's
Not
for
at
sure.
all. Nope.
And Jeremy said, look, there are a few other guys out there who are really, really good. But he thinks right now Paul Goldschmidt is the best in the business. Not just the long homers, the consistent offense, defense, the base run, and getting another walking lead here. Little pro hops, and there he goes. Maldonado's throw is a good one, and it's in time. Just the 3rd time all year Goldie has been thrown out trying to steal a base. That ends the 4th, but the Diamondbacks get another run. They lead it 5-1.
Bat. I mean, there's times he'll take a whack at the first pitch, but a lot of times you'll see him get deep in the count. He's one of our few guys that I kind of point to him to the other hitters who has the ability to, pitch count the pitcher a little bit. So I get a report every day that's put together on how many pitches per hitter, per game, and he always seems to be the top guy.
Todd Walsh back here at Miller Park as Carlos Gomez comes to the plate in the bottom of the 4th. Steve and Bob, I thought you guys would enjoy those comments from Chip Hale on just one of the other intangibles that Paul Goldschmidt is bringing. The amount of pitches he's seeing at the plate, part of the leadership model that Paul is demonstrating. And also the other side of the leadership thing, Chip up an old E.F. Hutton line. He said when Goldie talks now, people are listening. So he's kind of adding that to his arsenal as well, especially in the hitters' meetings. And that's good to hear.
Well, Todd, my broker is E.F. Hutton. And
That's
E.F.
right.
Hutton says, vote Goldie with the hashtag and the whole thing. Gomez to third. That's a fair ball. Tomas, the backhander, long throw, and Goldie can't quite scoop that one. A tough short hop. E5, the error on Tomas at third, and Gomez is aboard to lead off the Milwaukee fourth.
For a guy that has such a strong throwing arm, Tomas doesn't always show it. Just kind of flip that ball, kind of a low 3/4 toss across the diamond. And when you do that, it's going to have a lot of sink on it. And that's a long throw from corner to corner. Unfortunately, Goldie couldn't pick that one.
And Gomez with excellent speed is aboard for Jason Rogers. Rogers singled in his first at bat today. And he's up at 286, 3 for 3 in the series. That one got him. So the first two reach against Chase Anderson in the fourth.
You could clearly hear it. It didn't get much, maybe just his uniform in the midsection there, but that's all it takes. Rogers headed on down to first. Good meeting here by Jared Saltalamacchia. You don't want to give the Brewers any kind of momentum whatsoever. This is a team that's down. Step on their neck. Don't let them up.
The switch hitting, Elian Herrera. 2 on and nobody out. Herrera, the third baseman. Hitless in the series, although he does have a pair of RBIs. And we'll see if Chase Anderson, like he did against the Cardinals in his last start, can limit the damage. That's a strike. A little looper, and Pennington runs it down. Play on at second, and they double up Gomez. Cliff Pennington at shortstop with a tremendous play, a little harmless bloop. Turns into 2 outs here. Craig Counsell on the top step, hold the phone. Bob Davidson, the second base umpire.
Well, look how quickly Penny got rid of that ball after making that catch, running out into shallow left field. No hesitation whatsoever. Ball was barely in and out of his glove.
And they will challenge from the Milwaukee dugout. And it's another replay review brought to you by Mix One. The headsets are on.
It appeared that Gomez got back just ahead of the throw, but obviously we'll get some looks, and the umpires will certainly get a lot of looks at that last play.
Very close. Let's take another look. Hunter Wendelstedt, the crew chief, and Bob Davidson, the umpire involved on the bases. Well, it's just either way, it's a great play by Penny. I think Davidson may have missed this one.
Well, the fans here at Miller Park, after seeing it on the big board in center field, think that Gomez was safe at second base, but the fans don't get to vote.
That's the next step. Log on your phones and vote safe or out. Quick review in New York. Gomez is out at second. So a double play turned by the Diamondback infield and Cliff Pennington. So quickly 2 down here in the Brewer fourth.
You know, it's hard to fault Gomez for getting doubled off second base. If that ball drops into left field, he wants to make sure he can score on that ball. So he was trying to get as big a jump as he possibly could. Just a great play by Penny.
Now, call stands is not call confirmed, mind you. Another replay review brought to you by Mix One. Call stands means there was not enough clear or convincing evidence to overturn the call. So they must have felt they didn't have a definitive look at it. Nothing that could say safe. So 2 outs in the inning now. Rogers at first, Sardinius. Luis Sardinius grounded out his first time up. That's a big help for Chase Anderson right there. Suddenly you go from 2 on, nobody out, to 1 on and 2 down. And Chase making his first career start here at Miller Park. As we've talked about, a great hitter's ballpark, so a good test today for Chase, who has allowed 2 or fewer runs in each of his last 5 starts. And in 7 of his 9 starts this year. Unbeaten in the month of May, but only 1 win to show for his efforts. 4 no decisions this month. Trying to get some W's on the board. Up the middle and into center, a base hit for Sardinas.
This inning got started with Carlos Gomez reaching on an error by Yasmani Tomas. Just a little lackadaisical on his throw across the diamond, and in the dugout after the play, Chip Hale kind of demonstrating what he wants to see Tomas do. Use his lower body to get his momentum going toward his target before he makes that throw, instead of just trying to throw flat-footed and rely on that arm.
You chalk that up to a lack of experience at the position?
At this point, I would have to say no. I mean, he's played enough down there at third base, and we know he's worked extremely hard. It's just you just really have to focus on your defense and your footwork.
Martin Maldonado, who doubled and scored back in the 3rd.
He makes a nice backhanded play right there, and then, just kind of hopped up on the back foot and flipped the ball across the diamond. Chip would like to see him get some momentum going forward toward his target.
We have news on David Peralta. Ender Inciarte had to take over for Peralta in left field after David was injured trying to get a bunt down in his first at bat in the top of the 1st inning. And the news is very good. It's just a contusion. Nothing broken, a contusion on David Peralta's left middle finger. That is the word from the Diamondback clubhouse. So that certainly is good news after David had to leave the game in the middle of his at bat.
That's the best news you could hope for right there.
Maldonado drops it in front of Trumbo. Here comes Rogers, and the throw is cut off. 5-2 ball game. Now that double play looming large for the Brewers in the 4th.
One thing concerning about even a contusion on your left middle finger, if you're a left-handed thrower, that might take a while until you're comfortable throwing a baseball again.
Mike Harkey to the mound. Chase trying to get that final out. Runners in the corners. Pitcher spot is right here, and Aramis Ramirez is in the on-deck circle. The veteran third baseman getting the day off today, but available to pinch hit. And it looks like he'll take the at-bat against Chase Anderson. And Aramis Ramirez, it's been quite a career. This will be it. His contract expires after this season. And he said when he arrived in Maryvale this spring that he promised his little girl that when he left for camp, it would be the final time he would leave her. So this is going to be it. He will retire rather than keep going.
Well, he's put up good numbers his entire career playing for some really bad teams in Chicago.
And on the list of all-time third basemen, you'd be surprised at how high his name is on a lot of lists. Homers, RBIs.
And I'll tell you one thing, he's not up there looking to goose a ball into right field right now. Watch that first pitch. He's trying to hit Bernie Brewer's dugout out there in left field.
Two on, 2 out. And there's a strike. Good start for Chase. 0-1. Ramirez last November picked up the $14 million option on his contract for this year rather than hit the open market again and look for a long-term deal. Said he wasn't looking for that. Wants to play this year and be done. Tomas again at third. Goes the short way. Nice throw there. And they get the force on Maldonado. But the Brewers get another run. Diamondbacks lead is 5-2 as we go to the fifth. And they lead at 5-2. Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly, and Todd Walsh with you. And the new pitcher for the Brewers after Ramirez hit for Goforth. It's the left-hander Neil Kotz, the veteran, his 21st appearance. The ERA right at 5.5. Been a strange game for Ender Inciarte. We mentioned David Peralta started in left field in the cleanup spot. And in David's first at bat, he fouled a bunt attempt off his finger. Now, the news is good. It's just a contusion, we're told. But Inciarte had to come up with an 0-2 count and finish the at-bat, which was credited to Peralta. He grounded out to shortstop. And then Ender finally got an at-bat of his own in the third and singled. And he was up at the plate in the last half inning against Goforth when Goldie was thrown out trying to steal. And so now he'll continue that bat by leading off the fifth. It's just been one of those weird days. He had a 3-0 count on him when Goldie was caught stealing to win the fourth, and now here's Inciarte to lead off the fifth. So Ender in there for Peralta, playing left field and batting cleanup. Again, just a contusion, we are told. On the middle finger of the left hand for David Peralta. Nothing broken. That's great news. Drops it down. That's a foul ball. Ryan Blakeney, the plate umpire.
You see how he was holding the bat on that bunt.
Just up past the label. Got it up on that label right in the middle of the bat. Put the fingers, preferably, behind the bat. 1-2 now. Neil Kotz is a workhorse. He was with the Rangers last season. And he rings up Inciarte, a career-high 73 appearances for Kotz last year in Texas, and he strikes out Inciarte to lead off the fifth.
Well, take a look here at Ender Inciarte on your left and David Peralta on the right. David's got his fingers kind of wrapped around the barrel of the bat, and unfortunately that's right where the ball hit. Ender has his finger and thumb under and behind the barrel of the bat and bunts it out near the end. On a bunt, the idea is to catch it as near the end of the bat as you possibly can to deaden that ball.
Mark Trumbo. They always say, I always hear that anyway, let the bat catch the ball like a glove.
Yeah, you don't want to make solid contact and drive the ball out to the infielder. You want to make really weak contact, and the best way to do that is try to bunt it out near the end of the bat.
Mark Trumbo doubled and scored a run in the second, struck out his last time up. And it's a ball and a strike.
Well, there are variations. Occasionally you'll see a right-handed hitter that wants to bunt the ball hard to the right side of the field, get it past the pitcher between the first baseman and second baseman, and create some confusion. Well, then you want to bunt it off the barrel of the bat. But more often than not, the end of the bat is the way to go.
You can see Sardinius, the second baseman, almost behind the second base bag for Trumbo. It's, as Tony La Russa likes to call it, more of a shade than a shift, but you can see the tremendous hole there on the right side of the Milwaukee infield for Trumbo, who does a good job going to right center field. He punches out here on a fastball up and away from Cox, who has faced 2 and struck out 2.
Catcher wanted the ball down and in. He throws it up and away. Got a good result nonetheless.
Brings up Yasmani Tomas. Tomas struck out his last time up against Tyler Wagner. Singled and scored in the second. Herrera at third. Cox comes in, works a 1-2-3 fifth. Diamondbacks lead at 5-2.
Episode of Cup of Coffee with Steve Berthume. D-backs general manager Dave Stewart talks with Steve about dealing with today's players and if they know about what he's accomplished when he played. Don't miss Cup of Coffee, presented by CenturyLink, today after the game and tonight at 10 o'clock, right here on Fox Sports Arizona.
Boy, Stu was great when we filmed that at the corner in downtown Phoenix. He's a very engaging guy, a lot of fun to talk to. Talked about all kinds of stuff, including stealing snacks from his mom's closet. He told me that she used to keep treats around the house going up in the Oakland area, and they would go quick, so she used to have to lock them up. And he one time broke into the lock and picked the lock and got into the snacks right when she was coming home.
Uh-oh.
And hilarity ensued.
Busted.
Yeah, so find out what happened. It's a great story with a great finish on Cup of Coffee right after the ball game. Gene Segura, an RBI double his last time up, 1 for 2. Chase Anderson with a 5-2 lead. He's got some runs for a change. That's something new for Chase. The king of the no decision. 1-1 in 9 starts. Tied for the major league lead in no decisions. But the way Chase has pitched, that record is really impressive considering he just hasn't had any margin for error out there. Diamondbacks have just not scored runs for him this year. 16 runs of support for Chase Anderson. Tied for 10th fewest among all National League starters. And he has, for the most part, been pretty efficient here today. Now it's 60 pitches, 43 strikes. Segura bangs it out to right. Trumbo on the run near the line. He won't get there. Segura already with 1 double, and now he's thinking 3. And he's in there. Gene Segura, his 3rd triple.
You see this a lot of times when a guy comes back off the disabled list, healthy, anxious to play again, really miss being part of the action. Gene Segura just lighting it up. Glad to be playing again.
Well, Segura, by all accounts, got away from one of his big strengths last year when he slumps, which was hitting the ball the other way like we just saw. He got a little pull happy and was hitting a lot of ground balls to the left side. But now he is back to what he calls his approach, which is hitting the ball to the other side of the field. We just saw it. Worked in winter ball all during the offseason on that. Here's Parra 0 for 2. Don't want to get complacent. I mean, Diamondbacks got 1 in the first on the Goldie homer. 3 more in the second. Added 1 in the fourth. Want to keep your foot on the gas because this Brewers team is about as desperate a group as you will find trying to snap what's a 7-game losing streak. I mean, they've been in last place in their division for 52 days. And it's only May 31st. Craig Counsell, you know that he's got his guys ready to run through a wall to snap this streak. 2-0. I mean, they are already 16.5 back of the Cardinals in the NL Central.
There are more games under 500 than they are behind the St. Louis Cardinals in that division.
And look at those cities there. After this one, Milwaukee goes out for a 9-game, 10-day road trip. They go to St. Louis, Minnesota, and Pittsburgh. So 2 division road series on this next trip for Craig Counsell. For a team that's already lost 34 games. Two and 2 for Parra. Chase Anderson going to look Segura back to the bag and makes a nice play, fielding his position for the first outs.
Well, Craig Counsell will be remembered as one of the all-time Diamondbacks, but he played 6 seasons here in Milwaukee as well. His hometown, grew up in Whitefish Bay, just up the road from the ballpark here. And the numbers, Counsell's one of those guys, obviously the numbers don't tell the whole story. This guy was a winner. Played on 2 World Championship teams, not only the 01 Diamondbacks, but the 97 Marlins. One of the most respected players in the game when he was an active player, and it won't be long before he's one of the most respected managers in the game.
You think he's going to do a good job?
Well, if you give him some players, I mean, the old saying about trying to make chicken salad out of you-know-what, and that's what Counsell's going through right now. This is a ball club that really lacks direction.
Base hit, RBI for Braun, and the Brewers are back within 2 here. It's 5-3. Ryan Braun now 1 for 3. That's the 7th hit for Milwaukee against Chase Anderson.
And talking to people close to this Brewers ball club, they just say there's really no leader in the clubhouse. They haven't had a leader in the clubhouse since Prince Fielder left. Prince was the guy that would grab a teammate around the throat if it was necessary to shake some sense into him, or the guy that would stay after a ball game late and sit next to a guy that had just maybe lost a tough game. Ryan Braun, obviously a man on an island right now. He's more concerned about himself than the team, obviously, and there's just nobody really in that dugout over there in uniform as an active player that can be the guy that stands up and be the Goldschmidt.
That's a big void. Carlos Gomez. He'll do that from time to time, give it the old George Boomer Scott swing. He used to do that all the time at County Stadium, just in the parking lot. The helmet comes flying off. A big wild swing of the Boomer. Gomez 0 for 2 so far. And just 3 for his last 26 up there. There's a strike, and Chase is ahead 0-2.
And that swing you saw from Gomez wasn't unique when he's hitting in the 4 spot in the lineup. He does the same thing when he hits the leadoff.
I think Nolan Ryan would have handled Carlos Gomez and his, I don't want to use the word antics, because he has fun and you want guys to play with joy and it's good for the game. But Gomez, from time to time, can upset some folks.
I imagine he'd have been dusting off his pants a few times.
I have a feeling you're right. Who's that bobblehead that's coming up here on Bud Selig bobblehead day at Miller Park? Carlos Gomez, as you can see behind him, has a bobble coming up. 1-2. There's another one of those swings. He just does get a piece.
Well, to use a golf term, he doesn't leave anything in the bag. He's got a bat in his hands. The pitcher's going to throw him a pitch, and he's going to swing as hard as he can at it, even with 2 strikes. Knock-kneed setup as he's waiting for Chase Anderson to deliver the ball.
Along the right field line, but it slices into seats. Gomez is another guy they could think about moving. He's a very good player. And he's got a very manageable contract. 4 years, $28 million. He's in the 3rd season of that 4-year deal. So if somebody wanted a leadoff hitter, even a cleanup hitter, a good outfielder. Center fielders and good ones are hard to find, and this guy's one of them. Chase trying to put him away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Braun the runner at first. This is a drive to right center field. A.J. Pollock won't get there. They're waving Ryan Braun home. Gomez will stop at second, and it's a 1-run ball game. Carlos Gomez, his 10th double. It's 5-4.
A little bat flip there, like he thought that ball was going to leave the ballpark. Not sure if he'd have been able to make it to third base had he run hard out of the box. It looked like AJ had a beat on it, but just couldn't quite get there as he stretches that glove out right before he hits the wall in right center field.
Here comes Mike Harkey. Chase Anderson unbeaten in 5 starts this month. He's only got 1 victory to show for his efforts and a big lead here early. J.C. Ramirez will start throwing, but this is very uncharacteristic of Chase here this month. 4 no decisions in May and a win. He has not surrendered a homer in May. His ERA for the month is 1.39. Look at these numbers for Chase. But his lead is down to 1, and the Brewers here with 1 out in the 5th have the tying run in scoring position for Jason Rogers, who has singled, been hit by a pitch, and scored a run. Miller to shortstop. Pennington. They get the out at first. Gomez advances 2 down. Elian Herrera, the third baseman, is 0 for 2. And he'll be the hitter with a tying run at third and 2 outs.
We heard Chase Anderson say at the beginning of the ball game he was looking to get ground balls. 6 of his outs in the game have come via ground balls. A couple of flyouts to the outfield, a couple of pop-ups to the infield, 1 line drive out, and a couple of strikeouts.
Five, 9, and 1 for the D-backs. 4, 8, and 0 for the Brewers. Ball 1. Got to keep an eye on Gomez down there. I mean, he's a wild card. Making a lot of noise over there. Ed Cedar coaching at third for Milwaukee. Big swing and a miss. A ball and a strike. Elian Herrera.
Low fastball. Saltalamacchia with a bluff throw to third right there after catching that ball.
Herrera is a switch hitter. He's a natural right-hand hitter. His right-hand swing always feels the best. He knows his swing is a little different from this side. But batting average for his career, the splits are fairly close this year. Better from the right side. And he strikes him out. Chase Anderson leaves that tying run at third, but the Brewers get 2. And through 5, the Diamondbacks lead it 5-4. Morgan leads the U.S. women's national team against the best teams in the world in search of their 3rd World Cup title. And the only place you can see the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup is on Fox and Fox Sports 1. It all starts June 6th. 6th inning starts here at Miller Park. Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly, and Todd Walsh with you. Chase Anderson. A rough 5th inning. Milwaukee got 2 runs on 3 hits, but Chase got that final out, punching out Herrera with Gomez at third. Diamondbacks still have a 1-run lead. And Chase will hit in this inning. He's due up third. Saltalamacchia, Owens, Anderson, 7, 8, 9 against the lefty Neil Kotz. And so Salty, the switch hitter, will bat from the right-hand side for the first time as a Diamondback. You can see his career splits. He's about a 200 hitter as a righty. Most of his power comes from the left-hand side. But he's ahead 3 balls and no strikes. He has flied out and walked 0 for 1. Diamondbacks got to get the offense going again here. Goldie homered again in the first. They got 3 in the second, led it 4-0. But the Brewers have chipped away. And now it's a 1-run game. Saltalamacchia, a good start here, a walk to lead off the 6th. Brings up Chris Owings. CO 1 for 2. He had an RBI single and scored a run in the second, flying out his last time up. Diamondbacks have won 11 of their last 16 against the Brewers as they go for the 3-game sweep this weekend. And they've won 7 of their last 8 here at Miller Park. Just crushing the ball here, but the offense last couple of innings has gone a little quiet. And it's a close ball game once again. Owings down 0-2. Chase Anderson is in the on-deck circle. CO gets all tied up there and strikes out. That's already the 3rd strikeout for Cox. 1 down in the 6th.
I think part of the reason the offense has quieted down the last couple of innings is Neil Cott's out there on the mound. He missed 2 full seasons recovering from Tommy John surgery, but other than the Tommy John surgery, he's been one of those guys. He's healthy left-hander. He throws strikes. He can be dominating at times.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that, when healthy, will always have a job. Little bunt up the first base line. Rogers. Sardinius covers, and Saltalamacchia moves up 2 down now for A.J. Pollock. And A.J. once again has had quite a day. An RBI single and a stolen base in the second. Tripled and scored a run in the 4th. He's 2 for 3. He's now got 7 hits on the road trip. Salty at second, 2 down. And AJ was already hot coming in despite the 0 for 5 yesterday. Over his last 11 games, batting .405.
The Diamondbacks have done a nice job today taking advantage of opportunities. Wild pitch earlier in the ball game moved the runners up. They scored. Sack bunt earlier in the game. That runner scored.
Broke his bat. Slow roller. Segura charges. And he gets Pollock at first. Nice play by the Brewers shortstop. And the Diamondbacks can't take advantage of the leadoff walk. They lead it 5-4.
down a little bit, and just, you know, in the end, again, just like Hudson 2015, he's going to pitch as a, you know, a Tommy John first-year guy back. So we're going to be very careful with him and make sure he gets through 15 healthy, because 16 it should be back to who Patrick Corbin was.
All right, so there you have it, guys. Just everybody chill out. Nothing serious about Patrick Corbin and pulling back a little bit. I love what Chip Hale said earlier today. It's about 2016 when they want him up and running at 100%. But that's the story there. I know there was some talk yesterday, some current concern about, was there a setback? That's not the case.
Always good news. Thank you, Todd, about Patrick Corbin. As we're all excited to see Patrick come back. He threw a bullpen on Thursday at Salt River Field, 35 pitches. So one step at a time. They sort of slow down his schedule as Sardinius leads off the 6th. Just give him a little more time between workouts. He had some soreness. Sardinius leads it off with a base hit. He's 2 for 3. David Hernandez pitched back-to-back games with Double-A Mobile a few days ago. So they want him pitching back-to-back games, 3 days off, try back-to-backs again. Mike Harkey on the phone, bullpen will get busy. And Bronson Arroyo threw a bullpen session Friday at Salt River Fields. Bronson coming off Tommy John surgery, so things are progressing. Andrew Chafin warming up for the Diamondbacks. Here's Maldonado, who's been a hitter today. A double, a single. He's got an RBI. He scored a run. Pitcher spot is due up next for Milwaukee. Hector Gomez in the on-deck circle. With Maldonado, who is hitting under $160 coming into the ball game. A couple of hits so far. Brewers have now matched the Diamondbacks, each team with 9 hits. J.C. Ramirez, the right-hander. Andrew Chafin, the lefty.
Well, the biggest weapon available for Craig Counsell off the bench today is Adam Lind. That's why you see Andrew Chafin warming up, just in case they drop him in that pitcher spot.
Long set by Chase, and Blakeney behind the home plate area finally grants time. Well, this seems like the point of the ball game, Bob. We're 5-4, 6th inning. And you really start thinking, if you're Chip Hale, about, all right, if we have him and I can go to him, that means he'll counter with that guy, and I got to have this guy ready. And
anticipate possible matchups or how Craig Counsell might use his bench players and what pitchers you need to have ready just in case he does.
Maldonado blasts one to deep center field. Pollock plays it off the wall. Here comes Sardinius. He's going to stop at third. And Martin Maldonado has his second double. He's 3 for 3. Nobody out. Ed Cedar, third base coach, taking no chances.
Pitch up and out over the plate. Chase just hasn't hit his spots as effectively later in this ballgame as he did at the beginning. Maldonado narrowly misses a home run here, just to the right of straightaway center, hit right at the base of the wall.
And that's going to be it. Chip Hale to the mound. He wants the right-hander. So Chase Anderson had a 4-0 lead. He leaves leading 5-4, responsible for 2 base runners. Pitching change, J.C. Ramirez coming in, back from Milwaukee after this. Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you in part by Papa Murphy. Love at 425 degrees. By Chaz Roberts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. And by Tecate Light, born bold.
The learning process continues. Jared Saltalamacchia introduces himself to J.C. Ramirez. What do you throw? What does it do? Let's try to get through this inning without letting either one of these runners score. Something Ramirez has done well this year. He stranded 10 of 12 inherited runners. A little bit of a dangerous situation, though, for a catcher that hasn't seen a guy before, and you've got a runner on third base.
Second and third, nobody out in a one-run ball game. And Hector Gomez is the hitter. Gomez hitting for the pitcher. He's at 215 with a homer. Just over 215. 1 for 10 as a pinch hitter this year with 3 strikeouts. Sardinas is at third. Maldonado at second. Oh, and 2. Diamondback bullpen since the middle of this month has been outstanding.
Emergency swing that time by Gomez. I wasn't quite sure that pitch was going to get back to the inside corner or not, but in a 2-strike count, you can't afford to take it.
Gomez has been a nice player for Craig Counsell, but much more of a defender than a hitter. Off the glove, here comes Sardinas. And the Brewers tie the ball game.
Concerned about this when JC came into the ball game, catching pitchers he hasn't seen before. That was a zoom ball, a fastball that just took off up high in the zone all the way to the backstop off the glove of Jared Saltalamacchia. We'll see how they score that one.
There's Tuffy Gozawish out with that at least partial tear in the ACL. So now it's 5-5, and Maldonado, still nobody out, is the go-ahead run at third.
Peralta back out on the bench after taking one off the finger in his first at bat of this ball game. In case you're just joining us, David had to come out of the ball game in favor of Ender Inciarte. Good news was the diagnosis was just a contusion on the left middle finger.
A ball and 2 strikes to Hector Gomez. Jay's still responsible for that runner down at third. It's 2-2 now. Gomez is wearing him out.
JC threw a lot of pitches out there.
10th pitch coming up. So far, 9 pitches to Hector Gomez, 6 fouled off. One of those pitches, a wild pitch that scored the tying run.
Look at J.C. Ramirez's glove right there. Look at the webbing. I don't believe that came on that ball glove. I think he had that custom made. Pitchers don't like to show anything through the webbing of the glove. You know, infielders will use a glove with a T-web or kind of a wide open, but this is completely closed. You cannot see anything through the webbing of that glove.
It looks like it was welded on there. One more time on 2-2. Hard to short. Pennington bobbles it. Maldonado holds, and he throws him out at first. Nice recovery there by Cliff. And that's the first out here in the 6th.
The good news is Cliff keeps his feet moving. See how he was constantly shuffling even as he was searching for that ball after it hit him in the midsection. Keep your feet moving so when you do pick up that ball, you're ready to immediately make the throw.
One out for Segura, who has doubled and tripled. He has scored a run. He's driven in a run. Ramirez jumps ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. J.C. Ramirez.
Defensive metrics say you should put your camera right there and right in position. Ball bounces off our high home camera and out onto the concourse.
Andy.
Heads up, Andy.
Our truck has done all the analytics in conjunction with Dr. Ed Lewis. And we'll place the cameras accordingly. 1-2 on Segura. Remember, he's become very good lately, once again at going the other way. Got a little pole happy last year when his average dipped. Only 2 years ago, Segura, an all-star shortstop, hit .294, stole 44 bases. But last year, the batting average dropped about 50 points, and the power went from 12 home runs down to 5. And it's just returned from a broken pinky finger. 1-2. Goes the other way. Sure enough, drops it into right, and the Brewers have come back to take the lead. Segura's 3rd hit. Milwaukee has a 6-5 lead.
Give Segura a lot of credit for that at bat. He was staying alive, fouling off some really tough pitches from J.C. Ramirez, and eventually gets a ball he can get the barrel on. Shoots it through that right side with Chris Owings playing in about halfway. Just didn't have a lot of range, couldn't get up quickly enough to snare that one.
So now Milwaukee, which has out-hit the D-backs 11-9, leads at 6-5, and Chase Anderson on the hook. After the Diamondbacks had staked him to a 4-0 lead. Gerardo Parra 0 for 3. Segura 6 for 7 in his stolen base attempts this year. He's down there with Mike Guerrero coaching at first. There goes Segura. Parra lifts it in the air to deep center. Pollock has room. Segura touches the second base bag, and he'll go back to first. And that's the 2nd out in the 6th.
This is a number of consecutive losses when trailing after 6 innings. I can't believe that number. Diamondbacks with 42. The next closest, the Phillies, was 17. That's got to change. You got to have a ball game here like today where you come back after trailing in the 6th. Man,
way out in front of the pack. Well, 2 outs and still some work to do for Ramirez as Ryan Braun steps in. Braun had an RBI single and scored a run in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. There's a strike 0-1. Book closes on Chase Anderson, who was terrific the first 3 innings. And then had some issues the last 2+. Braun, fly ball right center field. Trumbo underneath. And J.C. Ramirez is out of the 6th, but the Brewers get 2 more. They take a 6-5 lead. Here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. We'll see Goldie in the 7th so far, 3 for 3, including another home run. Park have a series just under 3 games so far in this series, and already 3 homers. He's got 3 hits in every game, and we're only halfway through game 3.
Yeah, I mean, just punishing the ball in this series. It's almost like the catcher's telling him what's coming. He just like batting practice up there. Everything he hits is right on the barrel of the bat.
A solo homer in the first inning, his 15th of the year. Singles in the 3rd and 4th. He'll hit 2nd in the 7th against the new Brewer pitcher. The big right-hander Jonathan Broxton, the ERA well over 7, his 21st appearance. He pitched Friday and got the loss in that game. Gave up a big solo homer to Nick Ahmed, but he can still throw hard. 22 strikeouts in just over 18 innings. Pennington leads off the Diamondbacks 7th. Cliff drove in a run his last time up, a sacrifice fly. He's 0 for 2. Base hit for Penny. Good start here against Broxton, and Goldie's coming up. So Cliff Pennington has now hit safely in 4 straight games. That's his 3rd hit on the road trip. The numbers on Chase Anderson: 6 runs all earned, 10 hits in 5. He struck out 3. He was very good the first 3 innings and then faltered. In the 4th and 5th, he worked 5+. Here's Goldie. .26 for 50 career in this ballpark. A little roller, tailor-made double play ball, and a turn 2.
Chopper right at Segura. You mentioned it. Tailor-made double play ball, hit hard, gave the middle infielders plenty of time to turn it out there at second base and relay on to first to get Goldie.
Ender Inciarte. Chase Anderson was so good to start the ball game, gave up only 1 run on 3 hits in the first 3 innings of the game, and then the last 2+. Gave up 5 runs on 7 hits and hit a batter. Inciarte can't get it by Broxton, who throws a 4-pitch 7th. And as we stretch at Miller Park, the Diamondbacks now trail Milwaukee 6-5.
On this day in Major League Baseball history, back in 1999, brought to you by Geico, Frank Pulley became the first umpire to use instant replay to make a call, changing Cliff Lloyd's 5th inning homer to a ground rule double. Actually ran off the field, went over to the camera and monitor next to the dugout, had them rewind the play, took a couple of looks at it, and reversed the call. The first time instant replay had ever been used, even though it wasn't supposed to be used. And it only took another, how many years for MLB to finally realize how valuable instant replay could be.
Barrel Man as they sing Roll Out the Barrel during the 7th inning stretch here at Miller Park. Good to see the Barrel Man back. There's Hank. He's grown a bit since last year. My question for you is, I noted that you had or asked our director, Mitch Riggin, to get a shot of balking Bob Davidson while you were talking about the umpires, and I thought that was apropos. Yeah. The selfie stick for Barrel Man on top of the dugout. Our Gila River game summary. Diamondbacks led it 4-0. Goldie a solo homer in the first, his 3rd of the series. But the Brewers just chipped away against Chase Anderson, and now the Diamondbacks trail at 6-5, trying to get the 3-game sweep. J.C. Ramirez back out there. Carlos Gomez, Jason Rogers, Elian Herrera 4, 5, and 6 in the Milwaukee 7th. And Gomez bangs a 1-hopper that backs up Owings on the grass. 1 pitch, 1 out. I don't imagine you were trying to send a message.
Not at all.
To Bob Davidson.
Not at all.
Any of his many fans across the major leagues.
Yeah, if you're a baseball fan and you love to see box, Bob Davidson's your guy.
That's why they come to the ballpark, right?
We want a balk. We want a balk.
Boy, he had a toe-to-toe with Kirk Gibson a few years ago. That was an all-timer. They were just nose to nose. Jason Rogers. Rogers, a big guy, trying to find a defensive home for the bat. It's first base today, getting Adam Lind a day off. But They've tried him at first. They've tried him at third. Made a ton of errors at third. It was just a horror show down there. And they've kind of figured out that his best position is pinch hitter. And he's been good in that role. In fact, 6 for 19 as a pinch hitter off the bench for Craig Counsell this year. Guy that puts up quality ABs in those situations and has been impressive. There's Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach, going over the bullpen options with Craig Counsell. Up the middle, and Rogers knocks it into center. That's his second hit today. Do you think, or how much, I guess, because I'm sure the answer is yes, but how much do you think that Craig Counsell's leaning on Rick Kranitz, his pitching coach, Jerry Nair, his bench coach at this point?
Well, I think he's almost he almost has to. You know, he's been watching, you know, in his post in the front office as an assistant to the general manager. He's been watching the ball games, but once you're actually down there in that dugout, and you get a better feel for the personalities of the players and what makes them tick and who you can count on in a tough situation, who maybe you stay away from in a tough situation. And the coaches have been there all year, so I'm sure he's leaning on those guys. But that being said, moving forward, I think Craig Counsell deserves the right to pick his own coaching staff. You know, a lot of times this happens, a mid-season firing. You come in and you inherit the coaching staff that's already in-house. He may decide to bring them all back next year. He may decide to clean house and bring in his own guys next year. But for this season, it helps to have that first-hand knowledge of the guys on the roster.
Would the coaches feel like this season or the rest of this season is something of an audition for them?
They should.
Elian Herrera.
And the players should feel that way too. I mean, you know, you want to put on a good show for your new manager and show good work habits.
Out to left field for Inciarte, who comes running in. Well, the funny thing was, you know, Counsell's been here a while now, as you mentioned. You know, grew up in the area, played for the Brewers. He's been in the front office, and it seemed like he was being groomed for a big front office job. Yet suddenly, here he is, uniform on in the dugout.
Well, there were stories out there, not confirmed, that a couple of teams had asked for permission to talk to Craig Counsell for their managerial openings, and the Brewers refused permission, which you know, certainly pointed toward the fact that if they needed to make a change, that Counsell was going to be their guy. And unfortunately for Ron Renicky, that's the way it worked out.
Luis Sardinas, ball one. Talked about that light that comes in here. Look at the fans behind Sardinas. It's very angelic.
I expect to see Glenn Close sitting up there.
Stand up with the hat. But that light, especially while it's all, in fact, on the first base side, it just comes through those big open windows. It's cold here today, but it's a very bright sunny day, and that sunlight is really pouring through here. And it can create at times some really funky lighting. You've got the mixture of the sunlight and the artificial light. 1-0 to Sardinas. Way outside.
I'll tell you, in Jared Saltalamaki's defense, this is a big ask. Hey, come in here, catch his pitching staff. You've never seen any of these guys before, and some of them come right in the middle of a ball game. He's doing the best he can back there, battling against some of these J.C. Ramirez pitches that are getting up there in the high 90s.
Salty at the plate today. 0 for 1. He has flied out and walked twice, so he's been aboard twice. He's got his family here for this series. His first as a Diamondback. There's a strike, 2-1.
For me, that's why it's so valuable to have an everyday catcher, a guy that's back there 5 or 6 days a week, seeing every pitcher on the pitching staff, knowing every subtle nuance. Sometimes the ball sinks a little more when he gets on top of it. Sometimes it sails a little more.
Slowly hit. Owings has to hurry, and he recovers in time to get Sardinas. And Ramirez works around the one-out single. Diamondbacks, as we head to the 8th, trail at 6-5. Three-game sweep here of the Brewers, but they trail at 6-5. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is presented by Sanderson Ford. The Selig Experience, a brand new exhibit here at Miller Park, second level, just behind the left field corner. The history of Bud Selig as Brewers owner and Major League Baseball commissioner, now the commissioner emeritus. A new exhibit, we are told, is outstanding. Really done a nice job with it. Jeremy Jeffress, the hard-throwing right-hander, is on to work the eighth.
25 strikeouts in 24 innings of work. Opponents hitting only .225 against Jeffress. He's come full circle. He was selected by Milwaukee in the first round back in '06. Went to Kansas City in that big Zach Greinke trade. Got traded from Kansas City to Toronto for cash and then signed as a free agent here with the Brewers last year. Back where it all started.
Inside the Selig Experience, there was a long line when I went down there earlier. You see all the cards, the great Brewers, Robin Yount, Don Money. It's very cool. It's very visual. Don Sutton, his card right there. Henry Aaron, who finished his career here in Milwaukee. Storman, Gorman Thomas, Moose Haas.
Don't forget Moose Haas.
Larry Heisel, there's Bill Castro. Sixto Lescano, the great right fielder here for a few years. So many great names in Milwaukee's baseball history after the Braves left here. Won a World Series in '57. The Seattle Pilots had some issues, so Bud Selig found a way to bring them here to Milwaukee, and they won a pennant with Harvey's Wallbangers in '82, managed by Harvey Keene. Trumbo leads off the eighth. Trumbo, Tomas, Saltalamacchia, 5, 6, and 7 for the Diamondbacks. 96.
Don Money was your guy, right?
For a time as a youth, 4 or 5 years, lived right here, about an hour north up in Kohler and Sheboygan. And I grew up, my first games I remember going to, second, third grade, just when you kind of start to get a clue about what's going on. I would go to many Brewer games at County Stadium. I loved that ballpark. It was a great old ballpark. I was really sorry to see it go. But every time that Don Money came to bat, the organist would play that song, "We're in the Money." And you're in there as a third grader. Wow, that's cool.
That is cool.
He's my favorite player, and he always has been, always will be. Don Money. Number 7. I got a Brewers Don Money jersey in the closet at home. Trumbo gives the Sarai. Right field corner. And that ball is gone, a home run. Mark Trumbo, his 9th of the year, and the Diamondbacks have tied it up. Mark had 3 hits yesterday in the win here at Miller Park. And he's got 2 hits today, a double and now a homer. It's our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game.
The 8th home run by the Diamondbacks in this series by 6 different players. This one coming to the opposite field. We mentioned Jeffress throws hard. Mark Trumbo just got the barrel on the bat and rode it out of here right down that right field line.
A big hit by Mark right there. 2 for 4. Here's Tomas. There's the strike. Mark Trumbo. He's got now 8 hits on the road trip, including 3 home runs. 2 homers at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, and a big one right there. So a big day for Gold Rumbo.
Yeah.
They're back.
They're back.
They might not be back to back, but they're back. Tomas singled and scored in the second. A roller in the hole, Segura. Well, let's see if Salty can get his first hit. He's had a good day at the plate. He's walked twice. 0 for 1 so far, still looking for his first hit as a Diamondback. A reminder, fans, the next brand new Cup of Coffee episode is on right after the ball game here on Fox Sports Arizona. Cup of Coffee with Dave Stewart. A really fun show. Stu talks all about how he grew up as a really good football player. He was a much better football player than a baseball player. A ferocious defender. And was going to play football. Got some baseball offers. Decided long term there's more money there. But he was a really good catcher. In fact, signed as a catcher with the Dodgers.
I think that position move worked out okay for him.
He was pretty good. So we'll talk all about that with Dave Stewart on our Cup of Coffee show. Stu pitched 16 years in the big leagues with 5 teams, and in his career had 55 complete games. Originally a 16th round pick by the Dodgers in 1975. And the funny thing about Stu was he started out mostly as a reliever for a long time, parts of 4 years, Dodgers and the Rangers and the Phillies. Grew up in Oakland, went back to the Bay Area mid-'80s. Tony La Russa had pretty much just taken over in Oakland, and Stu went on a run of 4 straight 20-win seasons. And how about this? During his run of 4 20-win seasons in a row, he never pitched fewer than 250 innings a year and never made fewer than 36 starts. And of Stu's 168 career wins, 119 of them came with Tony La Russa. And he's had a great career as a coach, a front office person. And yes, that's a catch by Martin Maldonado. Makes a tremendous defensive play back there to get the Diamondback catcher.
Pretty alert play there by Martin Maldonado. Ball off his glove, still a live ball until it hits the ground, able to leap to his left from the crouch position and make the catch.
He doesn't want to see Lucroy come back. Lucroy's supposed to return to the Brewers tomorrow. And Maldonado's had more playing time than ever here. He's having a big day. He's 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and RBI. He scored twice, and a terrific play there.
Yeah, if you're scoring at home, that is a strikeout. Ball was foul tipped into the mitt, out of the mitt, and then back into the mitt. It's considered a strike 3, so that's a punch out.
Chris Owings 1 for 3. RBI single in the second.
CO has seen 14 pitches so far in this ball game, 12 of them either called strikes or swinging strikes or foul balls.
It's funny, you want him to be patient up there, and it's still 0-2. Either way, Maldonado hangs on to that foul tip, and it's another strikeout for Jeffress. But Mark Trumbo leads off the Diamondback 8th with his 9th of the year. And here at Miller Park with the D-backs trying to get the sweep, we are all tied at 6. Season long with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. That bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet. Another look inside the ceiling experience. Brand new exhibit here at the ballpark. Just outside downtown Milwaukee. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, and Todd Walsh with you. Bottom 8, 6-6 ball game. Addison Reed, the improving Addison Reed, is on for the Diamondbacks, his 19th appearance of the year, getting closer and closer, it would seem. And Chip Hale hinted at this yesterday, to getting back in that closer's role. With those improved mechanics that we've talked so much about. That slider has looked better and better. He's throwing it more often, and it's coming in at a higher velocity. Seen a big jump in velo with that slider. Maldonado rolls one to shortstop. Let's hear from Addison Reed on those improved mechanics.
Every time it's felt better, and right now it feels great. Before we started it, before I threw in the first game, I threw two sides working on it, and kind of felt weird at first, but I mean, in the game, luckily, the first game that with my new mechanics, I went out and threw 2 innings, so that was helpful. And first inning kind of felt weird, but the second inning it felt better, and each time it's progressively felt a little better.
Yeah, Nick Pecoro was writing about this at AZ Central. That slider, since May 15th, has averaged almost 88 miles an hour, which is a jump of nearly 3 miles an hour over the first 6 weeks of the season. So that is getting back to that hard, wicked slider that we saw when he was in Chicago. That was just such a weapon for him. Adam Lind will hit for the pitcher. And the shift is on for the Diamondbacks. 3 defenders on the right-hand side of the infield for Lind. 275 and 8 homers. There's a strike, 2-1.
A little spike in velocity. His fastball had been sitting at 90, 91 pretty consistently, but we've seen him up as high as 94.
Now, Craig Counsell using his 3rd pinch hitter here. That's a real downside for him, considering Tyler Wagner, the rookie who made his major league debut, had to leave early. So he's burned in this spot alone. 3 men off his bench in what is now a tie game of the 8th inning. 2-2 pitch. Into the shift. Look at how far CO is out there, but he throws him out. That's why you shift right there. That's an easy base hit if you're playing him straight away.
And how deep you can play in right field is kind of dependent on the hitter and how he runs. Then motoring down that first base line. CO still had plenty of time, even though he fielded that ball way out in right field.
2 down for Juan Segura. Gene Segura, pardon me, who's got 3 hits. He's a home run shy of the cycle. First pitch swinging right to Pennington. And Addison Reed, better and better every time out. 3 ground balls, a quick 1-2-3-8. We are tied at 6. was the Cox Stick Alive high-speed highlights. An outstanding crew here in Milwaukee. They've done a great job for us all weekend long here, so our thanks to them. Sixth pitcher of the ball game for Craig Counsell. It's K-Rod out there for the ninth. Francisco Rodriguez, a 1.59 ERA. He can still get it done.
Yeah, big-time strike thrower, 19 punch-outs in 17 innings, only 3 base on balls. He has surrendered 1 home run. Opponent's average at 175.
Pitcher spot leads it off in the Diamondbacks' ninth, so Aaron Hill will hit for Addison Reed. Did a great job there in the bottom of the eighth. Duck and cover for Aaron. He's in there at 246 with 3 homers. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed. And he loves Miller Park. Had a cycle here, of course. June 29, 2012. 439 in 9 games in this ballpark. Always had crazy motion, Francisco Rodriguez. Got arms and elbows flying at you. Got the big chaw in there. Pops it up. Gene Segura drifting out to the outfield grass, and that's the first out in the ninth. Brings up A.J. Pollock. And you Diamondback youngsters who attend our No Chew Crew events on Sunday mornings just before Diamondback games, that's, as you're looking at K-Rod out there on the mound, that's the reason why it's so important to Joe Garagiola Sr. and all the Diamondbacks. Bullpen is busy. A.J. Pollock. A.J. 2 for 4. An RBI single and a stolen base in the second. He tripled and scored in the fourth. 7 hits on the road trip. A.J. blasts it down the left field line, but he yanks it foul. Oh, he jumped all over that one. He straightens that out just a bit. That's up near Bernie's slide. First of 3 against the Braves back home at Chase Field tomorrow on Fox Sports Arizona. Diamondback Live pregame show starts at 6. Archie Bradley tomorrow against Braves left-hander Alex Wood. Tuesday, a good one. Josh Colmenter and Shelby Miller, who has been so good for the Braves after coming over from St. Louis in the Jason Hayward deal. 2 balls and 1 strike to A.J. Pollock.
There was a time you wouldn't have seen Francisco Rodriguez throw 2 off-speed pitches in an inning. Mixing in curveballs and changeups. He's lost some velocity off of that fastball. Still has great command of the fastball, but throwing a lot more off-speed pitches. 4 changeups already in his first 7 pitches.
And they're at 89, and it's full 3-2.
AJ didn't think so. Chip Hale doesn't think so. Borderline at best. Maybe one of the red seams nipping the bottom of the kneecaps right there.
K-Rod, an all-star last year for the 5th time. Still throwing hard, but he misses there. A 1-out walk to Pollock.
Boy, that takes some real guts on the part of A.J. Pollock to take that last pitch after taking the one before and having it being called a strike. That one wasn't much farther away from the one before it. A little bit farther outside, but about the same height.
A.J. aboard, 1 out for Cliff Pennington. Penny 1 for 3, a single his last time up. He drove in a run with a fly ball out back in the 4th. So Cliff has hit in 4 straight games. Goldie on deck. Here's Jim Weber, front row. That light is now creeping out. It's just behind the first base bag, that natural sunlight coming through the glass. So that's going to might become an issue here as the game drags on. A good bunt. It won't stay fair. Herrera lets it go foul. Nice try there by Cliff.
Unfortunately, it does trickle into foul territory, but that's what you want to do. If you're trying to bunt for a base hit, you try to put it as close to that line as you can. It's either fair or foul, either a base hit or strike one. You don't want to bunt it back to the mound or bunt it too hard right to that third baseman. Just did curl into foul territory.
You can see that light. Look at the strange shadows from time to time in these afternoon games in this ballpark. Gets a lot worse when the roof and panels are open, but that natural light coming through the glass behind the Brewer dugout. 0-1 to Pennington. K-Rod all over the place here.
Yeah, with the runner on base, you notice his delivery to home plate is much quicker. It's not a full slide step, but it's not that big, exaggerated leg kick and arm pump that he uses with nobody on base.
Rogers holding Pollock on the bag at first. A ball and a strike to Pennington. Rodriguez in no hurry out there. 10th on the all-time save list, 356. One and two.
A change up from Rodriguez. Even his fastball's been 90, 91, 89. You see that big delivery, the exaggerated arm pump and leg kick and everything. You expect to see a lot more fastball than there is.
It sort of comes unglued in that delivery like a Swiss Army knife. Two and two. Got him. Two down for Goldie. And he's had another big day at Miller Park. Conference time now. You better figure this out. This was Goldie in the first, his 15th of the year after he hit two yesterday. Followed that up with a single in the third, a single in the fourth. He grounded into a double play his last time up.
Only one previous at bat for Goldie against K-Rod. That resulted in a strikeout. Payback time.
And the numbers as we update them for you here in this ballpark. This is his 12th game career at Miller Park, and the numbers are just out of this world. Now at the 354 on the year. Pollock is the runner at first. 2 outs, 6-6 in the ninth. Is it possible you just pitch around him and deal with Inciarte?
Well, yeah, conventional wisdom would be you don't do that and push the potential winning run into scoring position. But given what Goldie has done in this ballpark against this Brewers pitching staff, I'm surprised they're not walking him intentionally.
I mean, you are in one of those Barry Bonds walk him the bases loaded kind of situations,
yeah,
almost.
Absolutely.
Certainly in this yard with the way he's hit here. Rolls away from Aldonado, not far enough away for AJ to advance.
Brewers are probably half wishing that Pollock would have advanced to second base there. They'd go ahead and walk Goldie intentionally without any hesitation then.
We're off the hook. Second in the National League in hitting, third in RBIs, second in OPS and slugging. That one does go through the wickets. And that's not great news for the Diamondbacks for the reasons we just mentioned, even though they get the go-ahead run in scoring position. And at 3-0, this is an absolute no-brainer.
Yep.
So Goldie will get the intentional pass on the ball 4, and they'll work to Inciarte with 2 on and 2 out.
Rodriguez just threw one of his best fastballs on ball 4 of an intentional walk. Really caught Maldonado by surprise back there. He fired that one up there at 89. Hey, let me know. Come on, let me know. He's expecting a little lob shot, and
yikes. So AJ is at second, Goldie at first, 2 outs, and it's Ender Inciarte, 1 for 4. Technically, that should be 1 for 3. 1 for 3 with a single in the third. He came in midway through David Peralta's at bat in the first inning. David fouled off a bunt attempt, hurt a finger, had to come out with a count 0-2. Inciarte finished up that at bat, grounded out to shortstop, and then took over in left field. Now we are told it's just a contusion on the middle finger of David Peralta's left hand, so he should be okay, thank goodness. But it's been a strange day indeed for Inciarte. 0-1.
K-Rod's bounced about half of his pitches since coming into this ball game. I mean, he's very close to moving both runners into scoring position with another wild pitch.
And he's got Trumbo, who homered in his last at bat, on deck. 1-1 pitch.
Just refuses to give in to hitters. Change-ups, breaking balls, change-ups. When he does throw his fastball, he tries to keep it out of the strike zone just to give the hitter a pitch to gauge speed, and then right back to off speed again.
A ball and 2 strikes. Roll to second, Sardinius. Diamondbacks strand 2 in a tie game in the 9th inning. And here comes Daniel Hudson. It's 6-6 in Milwaukee.
this action here, and this was brought to our attention in the seedy underbelly of the Twitterverse, but it looks like, I'm just going to guess, an enterprising Diamondbacks fan, just a hunch, leap of faith, has changed the Wikipedia page for the Milwaukee Brewers. The owner, it says, of the Milwaukee Brewers, at least for some time on Wikipedia, Paul Goldschmidt.
Well, as they say in the Giants booth, Todd, ownage is ownage, and he owns this ballpark. It should be Goldschmidt Park. The series he's had. Nice work navigating the seamy underbelly of the interweb. It's a dangerous place. Daniel Hudson in a dangerous spot here. Tie game, bottom 9, and the heart of the order coming up for the Brewers. Parra, Braun, and Gomez, 2, 3, and 4. Gerardo Parra 0 for 4 so far.
Gerardo Parra got Saltalamacchia on his backswing there as he swung right through that Daniel Hudson fastball. 96 miles per hour.
Parra hitless so far today, but over his last 30 games or so, he's hit about 345. One. He'll be 29 this year, or next year, I should say, when he hits the open market. A free agent for the first time. Interesting to see where he ends up. He's got a lot to offer. Hudson 96 is fouled off, and Huddy's ahead 1-2. I mean, Parra and the Brewers agreed to a 1-year, $6.2 million deal for this season. They avoided arbitration, and that number is why the Diamondbacks moved G at the deadline last summer, knowing he's a fan favorite for obvious reasons. Always played hard, a lot of fun to watch, but with an outfield growing more crowded, paying Parra $6 million didn't make a ton of sense for a team that needed to find some at-bats for some other guys. Reaches down and lifts it out along the left field line for Inciarte. And here's another hot Brewer batter. It's Ryan Braun. And as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, no player in baseball has more RBIs since the 28th of April than Ryan Braun. And only Bryce Harper has hit more home runs. Braun an RBI single. He scored a run in the 5th. He's 1 for 4. 4 hits in the series, all singles. He's just under 270 for the year. Top 5 in the National League in homers and RBIs. There's a strike on 1.
What a great first pitch right there. Obviously, Ryan Braun, a dead fastball hitter. Daniel Hudson, a dead fastball pitcher. Instead, he starts him with a slider. Dots it right on that outside corner at the knees.
Braun really healthy for the first time in a couple of years now. He's battled a nagging right thumb issue. Finally got that resolved this offseason. Had a cryogenic procedure. He finally got rid of that thumb pain. He says before with the pain, he was not able to use that top hand really for the better part of 2 years. And with that being the case, he would start his swing a lot earlier. Then when he was healthy now, he says he can let the ball get a lot deeper, and that swing is much more consistent. He's ahead 2-1. 3 balls in a strike. Carlos Gomez is on deck.
Hudson just beat him with a fastball that time.
Mentioned that since April 28th. These two have been neck and neck in the National League. Braun not hitting at nearly the same pace that Harper is, but he's been just as productive. And he does most of his damage, oddly enough, away from Miller Park. He's the anti-Goldie.
That's hard to figure.
9 of his 12 home runs coming on the road this year. 3-2 pitch. Just does stay alive. 9 of his 12 homers, 25 of his 38 RBIs have come on the road this year, Ryan Braun.
Just did get a piece of that changeup right there from Daniel Hudson. 85 miles an hour. We've seen his fastball up as high as 97 today.
One more time on 3-2. Ball 4. Winning runs aboard for the Brewers with 1 out. And he'll work to Gomez now. Gomez had an RBI double in the 5th. Batting in the cleanup spot today for Craig Counsell. He's 1 for 4. 256 and 5 homers. And 4 for his last 28 at the plate. Gomez only played about a week to start the year before he was out with a right hamstring injury. Missed 15 games. Came back the first week of May. Hudson starts him off with a ball, 1-0.
Got to keep a close eye on Ryan Braun over there at first as well. 6 out of 7 in stolen base attempts. We mentioned that Craig Counsell doesn't run a lot, plays more of an American League style of game, but Braun is a guy that can steal.
And also keep in mind, we've talked about that sun. Look where Goldie is standing. That sunlight coming through that window behind the Brewer dugout is now creeping across the infield. So, you know, maybe a throw over there might be tough to pick up for the first baseman. 2-0. '97 blew it right by him.
That's one thing about that huge swing that Gomez takes. It takes a while to unwind, and he's not going to catch up to 97 up there at the letters.
Buddy has had that velocity really since the start of spring training, which has been great to see. There goes Braun. Gomez fouls it off. They started the runner that time, and it's in the Milwaukee dugout. 2-2 now.
Braun had a really good jump over there at first base. I'm not sure if that was a hit and run or not. It looked like perhaps Gomez was trying to shoot that ball to the right side, but was overpowered with that fastball also.
Two and two. Braun holds it first. Gomez laces it down the left field line, but it's in the seats.
Well, I don't like that pitch a little bit. He's overwhelmed him with high 90s fastballs here. Gomez late on the 2 heaters he swung at in this sequence. And they throw him a changeup, which speeds up his bat. He catches up to it, pulls it, fortunately foul down that third baseline.
You see Saltalamacchia looking into the dugout for some signs.
Another changeup. I don't get it.
Braun holds again. Gomez just does get a piece of it. That is a swing and bunt, and there's no play. And now run is in scoring position.
Smothered this changeup. Good location down below the knees. Gomez just bangs it into that dirt in front of home plate. Look at that thick grass in the infield. That ball just died.
Mike Harkey, conference time. You've got Braun, the runner that you're concerned about, has the winning run at second. Gomez at first, 1 out. And Jason Rogers will be the hitter. You see that sunlight, it just keeps creeping closer and closer to that left-hand batter's box, and pretty soon, if we keep going here, it's going to be an issue for the hitter. But Rogers and Hudson both in shadow as he steps up with 2 on and 1 out, tie game, bottom 9. And Rogers has had a good day, 2 hits, a pair of singles. He's also been hit by a pitch and scored a run. And he's up to 294 on the year. Diamondbacks caught a break there. The check swing foul, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Rogers was a good RBI man for the Brewers in their minor league system last year. He split the season between AA Huntsville and AAA Nashville and drove in 82 runs in 134 minor league games. Buddy ahead 0-2. Got him. 2 down.
Everything inside to Rogers that time. The last one, a changeup that got him out in front a little bit.
So with 2 outs, it'll be the switch hitting Elian Herrera. Braun the winning run at second, and Gomez the runner at first. Herrera 0 for 4. A natural right-hand hitter. Ball 1.
And Daniel Hudson, a fireballer out there on the mound. I'd like to see Penny over in that hole a little bit more between third and short, and Chris Owings a little bit more up the middle of the field. I don't know if Herrera can pull Daniel Hudson's fastball.
Don't want him sneaking anything through that hole into left and give him a chance to send Braun home with 2 outs. Big swing and a miss, 1-1.
And they are playing him to hit the ball to the opposite field in the outfield, but the infield's playing pretty much straight up. Tomas off the line at third. Penny jockeying Braun back to second base. They're leaving a lot of room on that left side.
A ball and a strike. Reaches down and drops it along the left field line and just foul. Deep breaths, everybody. It's 1-2. Breathe. That had "Are you kidding me?" Dying Quail walk-off written all over it. Herrera hitless in the series. 2 on, 2 outs, a ball and 2 strikes. Tied up bottom 9 in Milwaukee. Got him, Daniel Hudson. 2 big strikeouts after the walk and single. Put the winning run aboard. Huddy gets Rogers and K's Herrera, and will play extras at Miller Park. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Extra innings at Miller Park. Daniel Hudson, 2 big strikeouts there in the bottom of the 9th. 6-6 ball game. And the new pitcher for the Brewers as we start the 10th. Check his arms. It's the lefty Will Smith. 24th appearance. He's a really good relief pitcher. An ERA just over 2, but was recently run from a ball game with a foreign substance in a less than hidden area. Try to be less conspicuous with that stuff.
Absolutely. If he'd have been using powdered sugar or flour, you'd have never seen it.
I was going to say, with his tan lines, he might want to be a little more clever about where he puts the pine tar, but sure enough, Freddie Gonzalez about 10 days ago said, hey, check that guy. He's got some stuff on there, some pine tar. And, he went out there and found some stuff. What's this? They're out of here. Jim Joyce may have had to run him. And Will Smith, as you can see, not too happy with some words toward the Atlanta dugout. But that was it. So, I don't know. It's hard to tell from here.
They just found a better hiding place.
Well, that's just common sense, right? Trumbo leads off the 10th. He homered his last time up. He doubled and scored in the 2nd.
And the defense that, hey, other guys do it, that doesn't work. That's like getting pulled over for speeding and saying, I wasn't going as fast as that guy that passed me, even though I was over the speed limit.
Why'd you pull me over?
Why didn't you get him?
That guy just passed me, and I'm in the left lane. 2-0. Well, it started that debate again about pitchers using pine tar. And a lot of people will tell you that a lot of hitters want the pitchers to have that stuff because it gives them a better grip of the baseball and it makes it safer for the hitter. You're not going to lose a fastball and hit someone in the head, God forbid. And there has been talk that there's a rosin bag back there. There should be some kind of a pine tar stick for the pitcher. This is skied high to right center field. And Braun has it. People say, hey, the hitter gets to use pine tar to grip the bat. Why can't the pitcher use it to grip the ball? Your thoughts?
I don't think it provides a real competitive advantage to use pine tar on a pitcher's fingertips just to be able to grip the ball better, especially in cold, windy conditions when it's hard to grip a baseball under any circumstances. I guess some hitters would say, well, with pine tar, you can pull down a little harder, get more rotation on a curveball, but I don't think it really provides that much of an advantage, if any.
Well, there was I think it was Michael Pineda for the Yankees a year or two ago. He went out with it, just had had slathered his neck in pine tar, and he got run in the same fashion. Tomas. Asmani singled and scored in the 2nd. He's 1 for 4.
I spent a lot of my career in the bullpen with relief pitchers, and I don't know if I can put a number on it, but there were a lot of guys that had their own personal pine tar racks. Maybe a little bit smaller than a cell phone that folded in half. They could carry it in their back pocket, and not so much during the ball game, but between innings they could go to that pine tar and get a little bit on their fingers, so when they went back out to the mound to start the next half inning, they were ready to go.
I mean, it's kind of become a don't ask, don't tell kind of a deal. I mean, as long as we can't see it, you're all right. Just don't make it obvious and try to give the umpires a break. That's in the seats. I mean, it's not just Smith. Brian Mattis of the Orioles had this happen. May 23rd, only 2 days after Smith. Buck Showalter. Sorry, Buck, this is in Miami. And Mattis was tossed. 3-1 to Yasmani. At least a bad one there. And, you change baseballs about every 2.5 pitches. So, got all the foul balls that might be scuffed. They throw it out, the whole thing. So it's not like a guy's going to suddenly load up a ball with pine tar and no one's going to notice. It's not going to get to that point. 3-2. There you go. They want an appeal. There is no appeal, and Tomas has a 1-out walk.
being told that the stickum of choice right now for pitchers is rosin mixed with sunscreen. I guess the combination of the two things gives that tacky, sticky feeling you're looking for.
I would say, as someone of French Canadian heritage myself, I think Will Smith probably uses a lot of sunscreen. I mean,
probably should, yeah, definitely.
Some of us get a little pink out there. Here's Saltalamacchia. So he probably beautiful sunscreen rosin. That'll work. Salty 0 for 2. He has walked twice. Struck out his last time up. Well, 6 runs has not been good enough always for the Diamondbacks this year. They are just 2-2 when they score 6 runs, and they're going to need at least 7 here today. 7 has been the magic number. They are 13-0 when they get to at least 7 runs this season.
It's been a while since they've come back and won one trailing after 6 innings.
We've had a lot of these extra inning games lately, BB. Put in for some overtime for you. Way upstairs.
Can't get a good grip on the ball.
Try more sunscreen. Boy, he's going back behind the mound. Maybe he's loading up. Remember all those years watching Gaylord Perry touch every part of himself, his top, his head, his hat, his pants.
And Gaylord got to the point, he said, at the tail end of his career, 1 drop of sweat is all he needed to throw a spitball.
It looked like there was something on that. 2-2.
The rule was changed just in the last few years where pitchers are now allowed to go to their mouth while they're standing on the dirt area of the mound. They used to have to get off to the infield grass if they wanted to lick their fingers and then climb back up on the mound. And by that time, it's probably dried. Doesn't really provide you much of an advantage. But now pitchers are allowed to go to their mouth on the mound as Saltalamacchia goes down on strikes. Gaylord Perry might still be pitching if the rules were like that.
Well, the Brewers did appeal. Will Smith has appealed his suspension for that incident, and Craig Counsell tells us that officials from MLB will, as they say, meet me in St. Louis. That's where the Brewers are headed next, and baseball will be there to hear his appeal.
That's kind of standard operating procedure with any suspension, because generally, if you just have a hearing, they reduce it by half.
I mean, you're caught perhaps literally red-handed, so there's not a whole lot that's going to happen in the appeal. Maybe you can get it cut down a little bit. Look, everybody's doing it. Why are you mad at me?
If everybody jumped off a bridge, would you?
Son. Chris Owings. Talked about that sunlight. It's now creeping in across home plate. The entire left-hand batter's box is in the sun, and the right-hand box is in the shade for the moment.
Yeah, this may be the last at bat or 2 where that's not really a huge disadvantage for the hitter. The ball will still kind of remain in shade, as it were, right now, but it won't be for long.
There goes Yasmani Tomas. Owings holds up, and Yasmani is in there. A stolen base for Tomas. He's 3 for 3 this year. And the go-ahead run is in scoring position with 2 outs.
Got a good jump over there. Took off first movement on Will Smith. Of course, Dave McKay, one of the best in the game at picking out little things in a pitcher's delivery that will let you know when it's safe to break for second.
Diamondbacks 8th extra inning game already this year, tied with the Cardinals for the most in the National League. D-backs so far 4-3 in extra innings. Just stays foul. Of course, one of those games was against the Cardinals on Monday at Busch Stadium. That was the Johnny Peralta walk-off winner. Cup of coffee as soon as our ball game is over. The debut episode of Dave Stewart Cup of Coffee coming up on Fox Sports Arizona as soon as we're done from here in Milwaukee. 1-2 to Chris Owings. Also learned in that cup of coffee, BB, that I would not want to negotiate with Dave Stewart. Dave Stewart knows what he's doing at the bargaining table. Of course, a very successful player agent for a long time. But he told the story of, negotiating his own deals, his own signing bonuses, deals for other players like Matt Kemp. And he talks about that in our cup of coffee episode. Owings chases one upstairs and strikes out, leaving the go-ahead run at second. And we go to the bottom of the 10th, 6-6 at Miller Park. The Diamondbacks, and he should have no issues giving Chip Hale a few innings here. Andrew pitching today for the first time in a week. He last pitched last Sunday at Chase Field against the Cubs.
And with that in mind, trying to get multiple innings out of a relief pitcher, Chip Hale has made a double switch. Not only Andrew Chafin coming into the ball game, but also Nick Ahmed at shortstop. Ahmed will now hit in the 9 spot. Cliff Pennington moves over to second base. And there's Nick taking a few practice grounders.
So it's Chafin for the Diamondbacks, lower third of the Brewer order here. Sardinius Maldonado in the pitcher's spot. Six ball game. Milwaukee has out-hit Arizona 13-11. The Diamondbacks at one point had a big lead in the ball game. They led it 4-0 after 2. But the Brewers scratched their way back. Actually took a 6-5 lead. Mark Trumbo had a homer to lead off the 8th that tied it at 6, and here we are. Sardinius, the second baseman, 2 for 4. He has singled twice and scored a run. Oh, one hopper. Sure enough, Nick Ahmed just into the game. Every time it finds you. That is amazing.
Well, we keep track of so many other stats. There has to be a sabermetric stat for that, right? New guy in the game, first ball hit to him. It seems to happen all the time.
One away. Martin Maldonado's had a very good day behind the plate. 2 doubles, a single. He's got an RBI. He scored twice. Looks like Juan Centeno. Yep, Juan Centeno, the backup catcher, with Maldonado at the plate, is in the on-deck circle. So Centeno will hit for Smith. 1-0.
And if he does hit for Smith, that would be the last position player available for Craig Counsell off the bench. Not to mention it's his backup catcher.
Yeah, he'll have used both his catchers. Losing Tyler Wagner early in the ball game really hurt Craig Counsell. He's burned 4 bench players just pinch hitting for that spot, 9th in the order. And he's run through his entire bench. And here we are in the 10th. Chafin ahead 1-2. When you start adding up everything that you gain by having your starting pitcher go deep into a ball game, at least 6 or 7 innings, it really is remarkable.
Oh, absolutely. It gives you your full complement of bench, ideally late in the ball game to play the matchups as far as pinch hitters go, or send a guy up there to play hit and run or put down a sac bunt, whatever the case may be. But when you have to start burning pinch hitters in the 4th inning of a ball game,
as he's had to do here today,
you're going to be real limited late in the game. I would expect Kyle Loesch to put his cleats on here pretty soon if he doesn't have them on already. Probably the best hitting Brewer pitcher.
And now both batters' boxes encased in sunlight, the mound still in shadow. 2-2 to Martin Maldonado. He's been a hero before here in this ballpark. May 10th gets Jason Mott of the Cubs. A .213 hitter in 5 major league seasons. A good defender, but the classic backup catcher type. He's had to play a lot with Lucroy out, but Lucroy due back tomorrow from that broken toe.
That was yesterday's starting pitcher Kyle Loesch with his batting gloves on over there in that first base dugout, just in case.
He's ready. Chafin blows it by him. First strikeout for Andrew. 2 up, 2 down, and here's Centeno to hit for the pitcher. Big strikeout for Chafin. Maldonado has been a tough out today. Juan Centeno, not a hitter, 1 for 20 at the plate this year. Picked up by Milwaukee on waivers from the Mets last October. Moss is in a step or 2 on the grass at third base. A ball and a strike. The sunshine gleaming off that helmet. Backhanded by Ahmed. Long throw. And Chafin works a 1-2-3 10th. We go to the 11th in Milwaukee. D-backs and Brewers tied at 6. all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. 11th inning, the Selig experience, 6-6. Diamondbacks trying to sweep the Brew Crew here as we are in extras. And Craig Counsell's running through his bench and his bullpen. The 8th Milwaukee pitcher of the day is Corey Knebel, the right-hander. His 6th appearance of the year. The ERA just a smidge under 6. And it worked to Nick Ahmed, A.J. Pollock, and Cliff Pennington, 9-1-2 for the Diamondbacks. Corey Knebel pitched Friday against the Diamondbacks and was hit pretty hard. Had a walk, gave up 2 runs, both earned on 3 hits in just 2/3 of an inning. Gave up a 2-run homer to A.J. Pollock in the 9th. And Pollock is on deck. Ball 1 to Ahmed, his first at bat of the ball game. Nick just checked in at shortstop. And he's at 215, 3 homers and 11 RBIs. He's got a pair of hits in the series. A double here yesterday and a home run Friday. He has homered twice on the road trip. Corey Knebel. Guy is a former Texas Longhorn. He was a closer for Texas. 37 saves for the Longhorns, the second most in school history behind only Houston Streets. And with a name like Corey Knebel, he should ride a motorcycle. We are, after all, in the land of Harley Davidson, Milwaukee. 2-2 to Ahmed. In there. 96, and he paints it. Well, I'm not sure that Ryan Blakeney didn't give him a break there. That looked to have missed the strike zone.
Well, the conditions make it tough for the hitter, and they make it a little tough for the umpire as well. Knebel just kept scooting farther and farther off that outside corner and got the call there. Knebel should quickly become a fan favorite here in Milwaukee. In the media guide under hobbies, he lists fishing, golfing, cooking, and brewing his own beer.
All of those are the national sports of Wisconsin.
Absolutely. He could run for governor, for crying out loud. His nickname in college was Bird Dog, so he calls his beer Bird Brew.
I'm not sure I'd want to drink anything called Bird Brew. And there's another dicey strike call back there. And A.J. Pollock looking back at Blakeney. Give me a Bird Brew. Would you like that on draft? Do you have Bird Brew on draft?
No, but I've got some on my windshield.
You sound like the governor. They're still serving. It is Miller Park. 2-1. That's in the seats. Ball 4. Blakeney didn't bite that time, and it's a 1-out walk. Diamondbacks had a 1-out walk in the 10th when Tomas drew a base on balls and in fact stole second, but Saltalamacchia and Owing struck out to end the inning. So a 1-out base runner now for Cliff Pennington and Goldie on deck. You want to start AJ here?
I would imagine that Brewers are thinking the same way. I was going to anticipate a throw or two over to first base here. Maybe not on the first pitch. There's always a possibility of a pitch out when you've got a speedy runner like Pollock on at first base in a tie game, extra innings.
Cliff Pennington drove in a run with a sac fly in the 4th. He singled in the 7th. He's 1 for 4. Pitcher's rubber now in sunlight as well. Pollock holds. Pennington lifts it in the air to left field. Gerardo Parra. 2 down. Here comes Goldie. Time for another conference with this guy coming up. 3 for 4, a homer in the 1st, his 15th of the year. He singled in the 3rd and 4th. Rick Kranitz. Goldie in this series at Miller Park, which after this will be named Goldschmidt Park. 2 yesterday, numbers 13 and 14, and number 15 today in the 1st.
Left center, center, and right center.
Unbelievable. So he's playing his 12th game in this ballpark career. And in those games at Miller Park, he's got 7 homers and 17 RBIs. 9 doubles. It's a tough spot for Corey Knebel. Got to worry about Pollock down there. They got sunlight and shadow. Goldie up there.
Looks like they want to go up and in. It was definitely up.
The updated numbers for Goldie in this ballpark. A .510 career hitter here.
That is not a misprint.
7 home runs. And 9 doubles. 1-1 pitch. Ball 2. Diamondbacks offense has gone silent. They had that big lead. Led it 4-0. Since the 4th inning, only 2 hits. But one was the Trumbo homer to lead off the 8th that tied it. Since that 4th inning, they have walked 5 times, but have struck out 9 times. So the offense, with the exception of Trumbo's big hit in the 8th, has vanished since the 4th inning. D-backs led after the 4th, 5-2. Trailed at 6-5 until Trumbo's 8th inning homer tied it. Here we are. 2-1 to Goldie. Pollock holds. Ball 3. Inciarte on deck. Brewers outfielders are almost playing in the seats.
Maldonado's almost sitting in the on-deck circle. There's no way they were going to give Goldie anything to hit right there.
Second walk in the inning issued by Corey Knebel, so the Diamondbacks have a pair of 2-out base runners for Ender Inciarte. Ender, a single in the third, his only hit today. Bounces it to second base, Sardinius, and the Diamondbacks strand 2. Bottom 11, we're all tied. Miller Park, Diamondbacks and Brewers 6-6. D-backs led it 4-0 after 2. Paul Goldschmidt, a solo homer in the first, his 15th of the year, but they trailed at 6-5 going into the 8th inning when Mark Trumbo led off the 8th with his 9th homer. And that was the game-tying run, made it 6-6, and we are still going at Miller Park as the Diamondbacks try and get a 3-game sweep. Andrew Chafin on for his second inning of work. He'll work to the top of the order. Gene Segura, Gerardo Parra, Ryan Braun.
A shot at Jordan Pacheco there sitting in the Diamondbacks dugout. He's the last position player available to Chip Hale should he need another pinch hitter or any other sort of replacement at some point.
Segura, an RBI double in the third. He tripled and scored in the fifth, an RBI single in the 6th. So if he hits a walk-off homer here, he'll hit for the cycle in grand style. Diamondbacks had that little mini 3-game homestand against the Cubs last weekend, stuck in the middle of 2 road trips. So having played 14 of their last 17 on the road, apparently they just can't get enough. And they're still going. 2-1 to Gene Segura. It's into center, a base hit. Chafin couldn't get it. Ahmed couldn't get it. It found its way through a seeing eye single, and he's the winning run. And he's a very good base runner.
Was elevated a little bit. It was a topspin grounder just off the glove of Nick Ahmed on into center field for a leadoff single. I mentioned it before. Craig Counsell doesn't like to bunt a lot. He doesn't like to run a lot. We'll see what he does here with Gerardo Parra and a runner at first base.
Parra 0 for 5. Now Yasmani Tomas well in on the grass at third. Goldie holding Segura on the bag at first. Strike one. Well, Matt Garza, Brewer starting pitcher, warming up with the bullpen.
Matt Garza, good pitcher. Garza.
Milwaukee has used 8 pitchers today, 7 relievers. They've run through their bullpen. That gets behind Saltalamacchia, but Segura stays put. And so if he needs another pitcher, Craig Counsell will go to his rotation. Swing and bunt, and that one goes foul. It's 1-2. Parra, parts of 6 seasons with the Diamondbacks, a pair of gold gloves in the outfield. And during his Diamondbacks career, hit .274. A fan favorite for many reasons. Probably not today, though.
No.
Reaches down and drives it out to left field. Ender Inciarte is there. Nice play by Ender, a difficult running catch, as that one appeared to be just slicing toward the left field line away from it.
He got a good read and a good jump on that ball. So had to slow down. You could see him squinting up into that glass high above the stadium on the right side as he made that catch.
That could not have been an easy play. Ryan Braun. Braun walked his last time up. He's 1 for 4, an RBI single and a run scored in the 5th. And this is the RBI man that you have to be very careful with. He's had a very productive month at the plate here on this final day in May. Counting today. In 29 games this month, he's got 28 RBIs. And Braun this month has homered 8 times. In there for a strike, 1-1. Strike 2.
Well, we've seen home plate umpire Ryan Blakeney get real generous on that outside corner. That one appeared to catch a piece of the corner right there.
Diamondbacks trying to close out a 3-game sweep. Brewers trying to snap a 7-game losing streak. Braun chases that one up big out there for Andrew Chafin, 2 down.
Braun either guessing or just didn't see that pitch out of the hand of Andrew Chafin. That thing was never in the strike zone.
So Segura still at first after the leadoff single. Parra has flied out. Braun punches out. Here's Gomez, who's got 2 hits. An RBI double in the 5th and a swing and bunt single his last time up. Tomas guarding the line at 3rd. Goldie holding Segura on the bag at 1st, and there's ball 1. Chafin behind 2-0. Gomez 5 for his last 29 at the plate. We can see Saltalamacchia looking into the Diamondback dugout for the pitches. The 2-0 to Gomez. Upstairs, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Jason Rogers is on deck.
Thank you.
And just on 3-0.
A defensive swing at a pitch that wasn't close to the strike zone.
I mean, that's Carlos Gomez, a wonderful ball player, and he's come a long way, but that's the kind of thing that's still left over from his Mets days. Takes a close one there. Doesn't get the call from Blakeney. That strike zone has tightened up a bit here. And the Brewers have 2 on with 2 out for Rogers. Yeah, that was a strike an inning or 2 before. Conference time at the mound as Rogers steps up. Chafin has walked 1. He's given up the 1 hit to Segura. He struck out 2. Brad Ziegler. Long, slow walk by Chip Hale. And he'll make the move. He wants the ground ball. So Andrew Chafin gets 2 outs in the 11th here. He's responsible for 2 base runners. Ziegler coming in back after this. Hey fans, don't forget, as soon as our ball game is over here on Fox Sports Arizona, right after the game, it's the debut episode of Cup of Coffee with Dave Stewart. We filmed that at the corner in downtown Phoenix not long ago, and we will debut our Dave Stewart Cup of Coffee right after the ball game, which we hope will be at least for 1 more inning, as Brad Ziegler comes in, 2 on and 2 out in the bottom of the 11th to work to Jason Rogers. The 6th pitcher used by Chip Hale here today. Brad's 24th appearance, a 1.59 ERA. Winning run is at second with 2 outs. Rogers struck out his last time up. He's got 2 hits, both singles.
Once again, not totally unexpected. You got a catcher catching a guy only for the 2nd time. You did see Ziegler in the first game of this series, but This appears to be a sign mix-up because Nick Ahmed comes in, then he relays it on to Chris Owings. Apparently they've either changed the signs or just wanted to reaffirm exactly what sign they're using with the runner at second base.
Glenn Sherlock, the bench coach, on the right. Chip Hale, the skipper, on the left. 1-1 to Rogers. 2 balls and a strike. Playing on this field, too, it's like playing on a sundial. And we are just after 5:15 local time here in Milwaukee. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Diamondbacks in the 12th will have Trumbo, Tomas, and Saltalamacchia scheduled 5, 6, and 7. There's the sausage clock. Do they do another sausage race? That would be a bonus. Hot dog was the winner earlier.
There's a risk of injury if you bring the sausages back after cooling down. I don't know.
It's a good point. They've been sitting for a while. Hopefully in water. Bounce to goalie at first. Ziegler comes in and gets the ground ball the Diamondbacks were looking for, and the Brewers strand 2 will go to the 12th at Miller Park.
Todd Walsh back here at Miller Park inside the Diamondbacks dugout looking at catcher Jared Saltalamacchia. And guys, I had a chance to talk to him earlier today. And Bob, I'm sure you can appreciate this more than most, but the baptism under fire, getting here, catching at game 1, meeting his new teammates, trying to figure out the pitching staff, going over the opposing pitchers as well. It's been kind of a whirlwind. As I'm talking to Roger Riley about probably arrangements back in the Valley. But here he is going right to work. But they obviously, his camp did their homework and saw a need with the Arizona Diamondbacks behind the plate. And here he is back in the major leagues.
Mark Trumbo leads it off here in the 12th inning against Corey Knebel. Yeah, there were reportedly calls made from the Marlins to the Diamondbacks about a possible trade after Miami DFA'd Saltalamacchia in late April, but Tony La Russa said it never got to the point where the two teams were exchanging names. So the Diamondbacks smartly just sat tight. And so the Marlins had to eat the $14 million they still owed Salty, and the Diamondbacks got him for almost nothing. But Tony La Russa also said the D-backs made no promises to Jared about playing time or even a big league roster spot when they signed him May 7th. Tony said it was, more that he's available, so the Diamondbacks figured as long as Saltalamacchia was willing to report to the minor leagues, why not take a look? And it's a good thing they did.
Yeah, it's not uncommon when a guy has big league time like Jared Saltalamacchia and you sign him to a minor league contract that you put a clause in there that if he's not called up to the major league team in X number of days, 30 days, 50 days, whatever it is, he becomes a free agent again and can go back out and shop himself on the market.
2-2 to Trumbo. Knebel, 95 right by him. Diamondbacks still with only 2 hits since the 4th inning, and we're in the 12th. One of the hits was Trumbo's homer to lead off the 8th that tied it.
Fastball elevated off the plate, up and in. Knebel's got a good arm. Seems to have some deception in that delivery as well. The guys have swung through some what looked to be pretty hittable fastballs.
Yeah, Yasmani Tomas walked and stole a base. His last time up, he's 1 for 4. Singled and scored back in the 2nd. Del Nuno starts throwing. Brewers have used 8 pitchers. Knebel is their 8th. Diamondbacks have used 6. Milwaukee does have one reliever back there, Blazek, but he's pitched a lot lately. So
he's pitched 3 out of the last 5 days, including 2 2/3 innings yesterday. That's why we saw Matt Garza warming rather than Blazek.
Matt Garza.
0-2. Check swing is in the dirt. Don't forget, fans, if we ever get out of here, we'll be back home at Chase Field all week, so we'll see you down there. 3 against the Braves starting tomorrow, and then 4 against those New York Mets. So come on down to the ballpark and meet the Mets. Tomas goes fishing upstairs. 3rd strikeout for Knebel. Two down for Salty. He has struck out twice and walked twice. Archie Bradley tomorrow for the Diamondbacks. Alex Wood for the Braves. D-Backs Live pregame show starts at 6 o'clock on Fox Sports Arizona. Boy, Knebel not messing around here. Salty still looking for his first Diamondbacks hit. And he's down 0-2. Tony La Russa told reporters that it was Salty's willingness to go to the minors that was one of the reasons the Diamondbacks signed him in the first place. And there is his first D-backs hit. He belts it into center field. A 2-out single in the 12th for Jared Saltalamacchia. He's got real power in that bat. When he barrels it up, he can hit it pretty solid.
Knebel went to the well once too often. I think that was his 3rd curveball in a row to Saltalamacchia in that at bat. And after seeing it twice, he was able to bang that 3rd one into center field for his first hit as a D-back.
Well, after the double switch by Chip Hale, pitcher spot is 8th in the Diamondback order. And so there goes the bench. Here's Jordan Pacheco with Saltalamacchia at first and 2 outs. And Jared, first pitch, jumps on it, dumps it into left field in front of Parra. Jared and Jordan with 2-out singles.
Fastball inside off the plate. Quick hands by Jordan Pacheco to get to that ball, line it into left field for a base hit, moving the potential winning run to second base.
2 on and 2 out. And Nick Ahmed is the hitter. He struck out against Knebel. To lead off the 11th, his only at bat so far in the ball game. Came into play shortstop in the 10th. Nick, a double here yesterday, a home run Friday. He's homered twice in the road trip. Hard to short, but one hop right to Segura. He'll go the long way and throws him out. And once again, the Diamondbacks strand some base runners. We're getting ready for round 2 of the sausage race. Bottom 12 at Miller Park, 6-6. And they're off. A good start by Chorizo on the inside against the rail. I forget which one is which. Italian.
That's Brott right beside him.
Brott neck and neck. Italian moving up though on the inside, and it's Bratwurst by a giant nose. The Clements Racing Sausages here at Miller Park. You know what? It's always entertaining. I mean, you're here at the ballpark, you're stopping and you're watching. It's just the way it is. Here's Vidal Nuno, the 7th pitcher used by Chip Hale in the ball game to work the bottom of the 12th. Elian Herrera, Luis Sardinas, and Martin Maldonado. 6, 7, and 8 for the Brew Crew. Jordan Pacheco stays in the ball game, takes over behind the plate for Saltalamacchia. Elian Herrera hitless today, hitless in the series. The switch hitter will bat from the right side, his natural side, against the lefty Nuno. And Herrera says when he hits right-handed, he does feel like he can hit the ball out. In fact, 4 of his 5 career home runs have come from the right-hand side. So be careful here. And Nuno behind 3-0, a little too careful. Bottom 12, 6-6 ball game. There's a strike. And Garza still throwing for Milwaukee. Herrera hits a high fly ball to left field. Inciarte has room. Allowed out number 1. Now, do you like? It's hard to beat the legends. The sausage, I mean, these guys, let's face it, I mean, if this was Vegas, they'd be the headliner because they've been around a long time. But the legends put on a pretty good competition here.
Yeah, I think we got to eliminate one of the sausages and just have a 4-on-4 one night.
That's only fair. Don't forget, Gracie has never won, although he's come close a few times this year. I really think he's going to win a race at some point this season, the way he's been beaten at the wire a few times in recent weeks. And of course, there was the Randall Simon incident when I think he was playing for the Pirates at the time, leaned out over the dugout railing with a bat and knocked one of the sausages right on his keister.
Well, Gracie never won a race in real life either, so it seems appropriate.
It's a fair point. Sardinius 2 for 5, couple of singles. He scored a run. Todd, how does the sausage race look from down there?
I will tell you that I've been coming here for many years. It's been the highlight of my trips to Milwaukee, but nothing will ever eclipse the night Mark Grace went out into the paddock area and raced with the sausages. I bribed one of them $5 to knock him down. Mark gave another sausage $50 to let him win.
$5? Come on, man.
Well, I figured when in Rome, but I didn't realize the kind of money that I was looking at with Mark.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to step up.
I know.
Pass the hat, something.
Yeah.
I admire the effort, though. Boy, El Nuno blows it right by Sardinius for the second out. Martin Maldonado. Maldonado's had a pretty good day, 3 for 5. 2 doubles, a single. He's scored twice. He's got an RBI. Don't forget, D-backs fans, 3 against the Braves and 4 against the Mets starting tomorrow at Chase Field. dbacks.com/tickets. The Dark Knight, BB, going to pitch in that series for the Mets. Matt Harvey. He pitched Friday, so he is, if we do the math, should go Thursday against the Diamondbacks in that series opener. And that's a throwback Thursday. Hellickson and Harvey, the second throwback Thursday of the year. So have the purple and teal ready if we ever get out of here. dbacks.com/tickets. That Wednesday game with Ruby De La Rosa against Atlanta's a day game, 12:40 start, no TV on that game. So you got to come out and see the matinee. There's the strike. Kyle Loge, been looking at him all day as a potential sub for Craig Counsell, and sure enough, he's out there on deck. He would hit for the pitcher spot. Ramirez, Gomez, Lind, and Centeno have all hit for Tyler Wagner, the rookie starter who opened up in his major league debut and was knocked out early. Counsell's run through his entire bench just pinch hitting for that spot. And so Loge would be next if Maldonado can reach.
Very nice penmanship on that Brewers card.
And so far, they do not have a hit from the 9 spot in the Milwaukee order. 3-2. That is drifting near the seats, near the Brewer dugout. They'll have a look, but it's in the first row. Must be in the front row. Everybody all right? Nobody dropped their phone or anything.
Dad might have stepped on her toe, but I think she's all right. She's laughing.
Yeah, that's lovely. That's
color-coded.
What do you call that with the calligraphy?
Yeah. The switch.
Who was your guy that did that?
Eddie Rodriguez. Yeah, looked a lot like that. Although we didn't color code. Green switch hitters.
It's very fancy. A 2-out walk, and here's Loge. Now let's compare that with ours is a mess.
I think they run ours through a computer.
Yeah.
It's printed out.
We're more technologically savvy. Theirs is like on one of those old scrolls or something. Kyle Loge, we knew, but we didn't know he'll pinch hit in the 12th. And he's kind of a hitter, 2 for 18. The best they have available, certainly. With Maldonado, the winning run at first, and 2 outs. Yanks it foul. I give you this note. I'm a little concerned with Loge hitting because we have some good news to pass along from Mobile. They beat Tennessee 5-1 today. And A.J. Schugel went 8 innings, gave up only 1 run, 6 hits, and hit a home run in the game, the pitcher.
How about that?
There's a pitcher up right now. And that sunlight is moving its way across the field. The old batter's area now in the shadows, and the pitcher's mound in the sunlight.
Now, this is when I thought it was the toughest, because the pitcher's in the sunlight. The ball, when it leaves his hand, is brightly visible, and then it goes into the shadows and disappears.
On the ground to Ahmed. They get the force on Maldonado, and we are going to the 13th, 6-6 in Milwaukee.
Today. That's kind of why I knew that we'd be here for as long as we are. At 11 o'clock this morning, Chip Hale is making small talk with Nick Piporo, who you see there on the left from the Arizona Republic, and Steve Gilbert, who has just disappeared from MLB.com, the two outstanding beat reporters that cover this team. Chip just said, hey, when are you going home, guys, knowing this was a day game? And Steve Gilbert said, and I quote proudly, quote, 6:45 is our flight. And I just started laughing, thinking you just laughed in the face of all the powers that put baseball together. It's 5:39 local time, and I just want to let all the folks at MLB.com and everybody that tracks Nick Piporo's whereabouts, they're not going to make the flight.
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Okay.
Way to go, Nick.
At 11 a.m.
Well, I mean, you think you got problems. How'd you like to be Craig Counsell? Matt Garza was supposed to start for the Brewers tomorrow night against Jaime Garcia in St. Louis. But here he is to open up the 13th, so they've gone, BB, to tomorrow night starting pitcher.
Yeah, and in anticipation of this series, I was talking about Garza a few days ago, maybe a week ago. You want to talk about a guy that has trouble throwing the baseball to the bases. Has no trouble throwing it to his catcher, attacking opposing hitters, but if you bunt on him, take a big lead at first, he cannot throw the ball to the bases.
His first relief appearance in almost 5 years. So Garza on for the 13th, and he'll work to the top of the order. Pollock, Pennington, Goldie. So, I mean, why not, right? Give it a shot here.
Hey, and the thing is, it doesn't have to be a good bunt. You actually want Garza to come in and pick up the baseball.
Well, we talked about this with John Lester in the Cubs series last weekend about his inability to throw a pickoff attempt to the bases. Garza has that thing. They call it the thing, right?
Oh, yeah. It has nothing to do with his arm or his mechanics. It's all between the ears.
A.J. Pollock has walked twice. He's got 2 hits, a single and a triple. He's got an RBI. He's scored a run. He's got a stolen base. In the leadoff spot today. Cup of Coffee, the debut episode of Cup of Coffee with Dave Stewart coming up right after our bowl game.
Might have to reheat the coffee a little bit.
It's a good call. 0-1. So they got some of that popcorn they sell here. They have the world's greatest popcorn at this ballpark.
That's what I've heard.
Would have carried us through the middle innings here. 0-2. Headed for the right field corner. Will it stay fair? And yes, it will. A.J. is into second with a ground roll double. That's his third hit and his ninth double. And the go-ahead run is in scoring position with nobody out.
Garza fastball, outer third of the plate. A.J. just stays on it, much like the Mark Trumbo home run to the opposite field. Barreled that one up just fair down that right field line, up and over the wall.
Cliff Pennington. Cliff squares to bunt. I mean, it goes without saying that Mike and Sharon's popcorn at Chase Field, kettle corn is, I mean, that's just no brainer. But on the road, they do something here where they melt the butter, they pop it right there, they pour the real butter over the thing. It's unbelievable. And if you can't have Mike and Sharon's, it'll get you through 13 innings, which was kind of my point. Gets it down. It's a good one. Herrera throws him out, and A.J.'s in at third with one down. Here's Goldie. There's no way, right? No chance.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, number one, you take the bat out of Goldie's hands, a guy that's absolutely killed you in this series. And number two, it sets up a potential double play.
Ender and Ciarte's on deck. Diamondbacks. The last two 13-inning games the D-backs have played, they've won them both. Beat the Cubs in 13, won at Miami in 13. Lost earlier this year at Dodger Stadium in 13 innings. So try to keep this 13-inning game winning streak going. It's got to be nerve-wracking for a pitcher to do this with the go-ahead run at third base. I don't care how long you pitch in the big leagues.
Well, the problem is, as you come into your set position, you're looking to home plate, you have to pick a target where nobody is. You know, you're trying to throw it over in that other batter's box, let her high, and there's no real target for you to aim at.
So they're on the corners with one out for Ender and Ciarte, who's got one hit, a single back in the third.
I think Goldie's going to take second right away. If not first pitch, certainly quickly. They're not even holding him on down there. Rogers playing in front to protect against a possible bunt. Everybody in.
Goldie holds, and Ciarte slaps it into the seats, and it's 0-1. Ender 7 hits on the road trip. He homered here Friday.
Yeah, this particular defensive alignment, the Brewers couldn't turn a double play up the middle of the field if they wanted to, but gets another runner into scoring position. You don't know how many it's going to take to win this game.
Crowd doesn't like it. We started with 32,000 plus here at Miller Park on a cold Sunday in Milwaukee, and we have slightly less than that now. But they are still vocal. One and one. Popped him up. That's not going to get the job done. Herrera at third. And they'll need a 2-out hit for Mark Trumbo. Trumbo with the Diamondbacks down 6-5 in the 8th inning, led off against Jeremy Jeffress by going the other way, his 9th of the year. And that tied it. And we are still tied. The Diamondbacks have had plenty of chances in extra innings. Stranded 1 in the 10th. Stranded 2 in the 11th. Stranded 2 in the 12th. And they have 2 on and 2 outs here in the 13th. One and 0.
Three for 11 with a homer against Matt Garza. Also 5 punch outs in those 11 at bats.
Mark had 3 hits in yesterday's win here at Miller Park. He's got 2 hits today, doubled and scored in the 2nd and the homer in the 8th. He's got 8 hits on the road trip, including 3 home runs. Well, that shadow line is right across the rubber. It's got to be tricky for Garza. 1-1. Trumbo belts it to left. Parra. And the Diamondbacks strand 2 more in extras. Bottom 13 on the way in Milwaukee. Well, these two teams have combined for 12 runs, 28 hits. They've left 26 runners on base, and here we are in the bottom of the 13th inning. And 4 for 6, Gene Segura leads it off against Vidal Nuno. Diamondbacks with another extra inning game on a getaway day since 2013. The D-backs 13-3 when they play extra innings on getaway days. They're 0 for 1 this year. Nuno jumps ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Segura, Parra, Braun, top of the Milwaukee order in the 13th against El Nuno.
This game got off to such a promising start offensively for the D-backs. They were 3 for 4 with runners in scoring position, but since the 2nd inning, they're 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position.
Segura has 2 singles. He doubled in the 3rd, tripled and scored in the 5th, a home run shy of the cycle. On the ground to second base, Pennington is there. 1 away.
Yeah, I was at that game when Carlos Gonzalez completed his cycle with a home run, and it was not a cheapie. He hit it up there near that mile-high stripe at Coors Field.
He can hit tape measure shots with the best of them. Gerardo Parra. Tell you what, you have one of these games without a hit. That's a big offer up there. Tomas will come in at third. Goldie guards the line at first, and that is rolled in the hole. Goldie's got to come off the line, and it's off the glove. He was well over there near the first base bag, had a range a long way with a backhander, and powers aboard.
Just hit off the heel of the glove and trickles over toward the second base position. That was going to be a tough play to stop your momentum, turn around, and throw to Nuno covering the bag at first.
So a base hit for Parra, his first today, and here's the dangerous Ryan Braun facing a left-hand pitcher. Braun 1 for 5 so far. He singled and scored a run in the 5th. He also has a base on balls. Inciarte. 2 down. Here is Carlos Gomez. Had an RBI double in the 5th, singled in the 9th, walked in the 11th, 2 for 5. Winning run at first, 2 outs. That one got Pacheco back there.
Direct hit, kind of just shook it off, said, give me another ball, let's play.
I'll look into the dugout for the sign. The 0-1 to Gomez. 0-2.
But Bennington would be the emergency catcher if the Diamondbacks should need one. We hope that doesn't happen, and Cliff hopes that doesn't happen.
Tomas coming in. Gomez with great speed, but Yasmani throws him out. And hold on here. Here comes Craig Counsell. Hunter Wendelstedt, the first base umpire. And Counsell ran all the way out to first base and realized he'd already lost a challenge. And so he'll make the long walk back. Will walk on to the 14th in Milwaukee. Fourteenth inning at Miller Park. Craig Counsell worried, maybe Bob, you were right during the break, not about to the challenge, but about keeping his center fielder in the ball game.
Yeah, Gomez very frustrated. Thought he had beat that play to first base. Slammed his helmet down after he crossed the bag. I think Counts was worried he was going to lose a player here.
And the Brewers skipper ran all the way out to the first base coach's box and then sort of walked back when things calmed down. And here we are. Top of the 14th. 6-15-0 for Milwaukee, 6-14-1 for Arizona. Tomas 1 for 5. He singled and scored in the second, walked and stole a base in the 10th. Matt Garza, who was supposed to be tomorrow night's starter for the Brewers in St. Louis, out there for his second inning of work. And here's the other added bonus of the 14th inning. Nuno, the pitcher, is out in the on-deck circle because he's it. The last bench player, Jordan Pacheco, took over behind the plate for Jared Saltalamacchia. Tomas hacks at the first one and puts it in the seats. So it's Tomas, Nuno, and Pacheco. 6, 7, and 8 in the 14th inning for the Diamondbacks, trying to sweep the series in Milwaukee. They're passing out energy drinks, BB. Smoothies.
Use one of those up here.
Yeah. Nate, come on, man. I think he put something gross in there, and Sherrills is not buying it. Look at Glenn Sherlock on the left there. What'd you put in those things? Keep that away from me. Goldie and Cliff Pennington having a round, though. 0-2 on Tomas. I hope it's not one of those kale shakes. You know, one of those Hunter Pence deals. Oh, the way he hits, that might work out.
Blender drinks a pina colada would be pretty good right now. They telling Ken Crenshaw, I can't believe I got him to drink that stuff.
You win the bet. Called strike 3. So here's El Nino, who will hit for himself. Diamondbacks out of bench players. Nate's still looking to sell those smoothies.
Nuno has a nice hack. I kind of like this. I mean, you have no other choice, but
that we have another option.
Look at this.
There you go.
Get
Can
over
he
his
find
head.
a gap?
Oh.
No, Parra runs it down. Good swing by El Nino, but it's the second out. So here's Jordan Pacheco.
Jordan stalling for time as he makes his way to the plate, just to give Nuno a chance to get back in that dugout and regroup. His heart's probably beating a million miles an hour. He thought he had an extra base hit right there.
Last time the Diamondbacks went beyond 14 innings. Last year at Cincinnati, that was July 28th. We won it 2-1 in 15 at Good American Ballpark, where they'll play the All-Star game this year only on Fox. Apparently they're pretty popular. Goldie's had enough. In the hole at shortstop, Gene Segura, long throw. And Garza works a 1-2-3 14th. Still going in Milwaukee.
And then just to have some kind of idea, but I mean, it's going to be a zoo if I ever have to actually do it, but you know, I'm trying to prepare at least a little bit. It's not something that I earned by being good in any form or fashion.
Do you have stuff? Do you have your own equipment?
Yeah, I do. I actually do have my own equipment. So yeah, so we'll hopefully we never see it. Let's go with that.
Amen, brother. He's already played two positions. Started at shortstop, now he's at second base. And with the Diamondbacks having gone through both their catchers now, the backup Jordan Pacheco is in the ball game, has been for a while after Saltalamacchia started. If, fingers crossed, nothing happens with Pacheco, then Pennington would be the guy behind the plate. As Jason Rogers leads off the Milwaukee 14th. Rogers, Herrera, and Sardinas 5, 6, and 7 against Fidel Nuno, who was out there for his third inning of work. Just by Tomas at third.
It's going to be a foul ball if it gets by Tomas to his right. He's standing almost on that foul line down there. And no doubles defense. Make sure they can't hit it by you fair down that line.
Nick Ahmed. One away. Nuno so far has given up just one hit. That was Parra's single in the hole between first and second. He's had a walk and a strikeout, and now he'll work to Elian Herrera. Herrera looking at the big time 0 for here, 0 for 6, hitless in the series. Does have a couple of RBIs. This is an interesting one, BB, because the Milwaukee press facility has perhaps the longest walk to the men's room in the big leagues. They put it way down the end there. And it's the 14th inning. Tomas can't see anything. He's in that sunlight, which has made its way almost all the way through the infield now. So at some point, there's going to have to be a mad dash down the hall.
You know what they did at Wrigley when they had some issues early in the season?
That didn't go well.
No.
No, not at all. With that sunlight moving across the field, it's almost made its way through the infield. Look at AJ in center. He's the guy that's really fighting it right now. And Ahmed's not getting any breaks down there at short either. It's full 3-2.
Well, at some point, the left fielder's really going to have some issues. He's going to be looking right into it.
Winning runs aboard with a 1 out. Second walk issued by Vidal Nuno. And Luis Sardinas will be the hitter. Sardinas has a pair of singles. He scored a run. 2 for 6. Sometimes it's best just to let the picture tell the story. Oh, and 2. Sardinas, a switch hitter, very limited big league splits, but he's about 100 points better from this side. They'll keep Herrera close at first. He's the winning run. Got him. Second strikeout for Nuno. 2 down.
Just blew that one right by the Brewers' second baseman. I like those little guys that think they're power hitters. You got 5 career home runs. Yeah, you can really slug that ball. Swing hard.
Everybody wants to be the hero in the 14th.
Yep. That's human nature. You fall into that trap in extra innings. Everybody wants to hit the game winner.
Well, here's a guy that does have some power. He's not much of a hitter up there at $175 on the year, but he does have some pop. Martin Maldonado, and he's had a good day today. 3 for 5. 2 doubles, an RBI single. He scored twice. He's also drawn a base on balls. Diamondbacks, if they can get to the 15th, will have the top of the order coming up again. Chip Hale looking at that. Ahmed will lead it off. Then after that, it's Pollock, Pennington, Goldie would be next. Ball 1. We have officially hit the 5-hour mark of the ball game. The longest game played at Miller Park, 2004 and 2014. 5 hours and 22 minutes. We had one of those. Elian Herrera, and Nuno balks the winning run into scoring position. Looked like that one came from Hunter Wendelstedt at first. A balk is not subject to review.
It looked like he buckled that back knee ever so slightly and then went back into his position, getting his sign from Jordan Pacheco.
Well, that's potentially a critical mistake right there. And they're going to walk Maldonado with Garza, the pitcher, on deck and first base open. The only run that matters is standing at second now, Elian Herrera. Brewers are out of bench players. Garza was supposed to be their starting pitcher tomorrow night in St. Louis, but he's had to come on in relief, and he'll have to hit for himself now with 2 on and 2 outs in the bottom of the 14th.
Garza coming into this season an .087 lifetime hitter, 15 hits in 172 at bats. And those career numbers will not go up with a 1 for 16.
Winning run at second, 2 outs. There's the strike, 0-1. Rogers started off the inning by grounding out. Nuno walked Herrera, struck out Sardinius, balked Herrera to second, so Maldonado got the free pass, and now it's 1-1 on Matt Garza. 1-2. D-backs have won 11 of their last 16 against the Brewers and 7 of their last 8 here at Miller Park. And Nuno, on in relief, has now thrown 50 pitches. Broken bat, look out. Well, that is well clear of third base down there.
Distance on the barrel of that bat for that abbreviated swing that he took.
Two on, 2 outs, a ball and 2 strikes to Matt Garza. Got him. Nuno strands 2. And we go to the 15th inning in Milwaukee. We'll see A.J. Pollock after Nick Ahmed hits. Pennington and
Oh, that's right. 6-6 as we head to the top half of the 15th inning. My partner had a long run between innings. This is after he wrapped up the bottom half of the 14th. Go, go! I mean, we're not kidding. The restroom is a long way from the booth here in Milwaukee. Probably the only negative thing about this ballpark. Boy, how about this, fans? The D-backs bullpen today, starting with Addison Reed in the 8th inning, have pitched a combined 7 innings, given up only 3 base hits. Addison Reed gave up 0 hits in his inning of work. Daniel Hudson pitched an inning, gave up 1. Andrew Chafin, an inning and 2/3, gave up a hit. Brad Ziegler came in just to get 1 out. And Vidal Nuno, 3 innings, only 1 hit allowed so far. Diamondbacks are battling against Brewers starter in tomorrow's game as somebody just broke into the booth. Matt Garza still working out of the bullpen for Craig Counsell.
I tell you, I think they put the men's room in Waukesha. I mean, it's way down there, man. I mean, I'm drinking these big drinks here. 15 innings.
There's a couple of toll booths between here and the restroom.
By the way, I'd like to thank our somewhat reliable staff member for setting up the camera ambush as I sprinted down the hall. Nick Ahmed, where are we? 15th? Sure.
Something like that, yeah.
Nick Ahmed will lead it off against Matt Garza. That always reminds me of a great Ron Santo bit that I heard on the radio when he was doing Cubs games with Pat Hughes. Off the glove of Segura and into left. Ahmed's aboard to lead it off.
Go ahead with the Ronnie and Pat story. I like that.
Well, I'm driving down the road one day and I'm listening to the Cubs, and Pat and Ron are on there, and you know, it was just like this. They start the inning and I just hear Pat. There's no Ron Santo. They're playing the Rockies, and Tulowitzki led off the inning. He grounded out to shortstop or something. Next guy comes up, and you can hear all of a sudden in the, those tiny little radio booths at Wrigley Field, you can hear a door slam. Then you can hear, metal and a guy grabbing the seats, and then he grabs the headphone and it makes all these ruffling noises. You can hear him putting the headphone on, and he turns to Pat Hughes and goes, "What'd Tulowitzki do?" He grounded out, Ronnie. A.J. Pollock.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, it just was, there was no pretense about Ron Santo.
Not at all.
It was one of the wonderful things about him. And I'm telling you, I mean, it was great. One and one. AJ 3 for 5. A home run shy of the cycle. That'll work right now. He homered here in Friday's series opener. And he's got 8 hits on the road trip.
Matt Garza is one of those pitchers. He has really good stuff, has had throughout his career, but it seems like he'll give you a very hittable pitch every at bat. The key is not to miss it when you get it. AJ had a good hack at that last one, but fouled it straight back.
Gets it up in the air, very shallow left. Segura ranging over near the line, and he's got it. Well, Goldie was asked a lot about that type of thing last night after the ball game and on his recent hot streak, and he chalked it up to saying, look, most of the times as a hitter, when you're having success, you're just hitting mistakes. And Goldie said, doesn't matter who's out there, what's the velocity, what type of pitch. I mean, it's going to be tough to hit a good pitcher's pitch no matter who it is. So most of the time, he says, extra base hits, those big hits, are just a result of the pitch that's middle of the plate and up a little bit, a mistake pitch. Cliff Pennington.
There's an old saying in this game, if pitchers never made mistakes, nobody would ever hit. And it really is true. If pitchers always hit their spot, if their breaking ball always moved exactly the way they wanted to, if their changeup was always exactly the right number of miles per hour off the fastballs, nobody would hit.
Rogers holding Ahmed on the bag at first, and there he goes. Garza gets it in the glove. A blind backhand stab. It went right to the mitt. And they get the second out. And Ahmed moves into scoring position.
Well, that's a lucky play, but a good play nonetheless. And you notice what Garza does there. When he has time, this is how he throws the ball to first base. He runs over there and gives it a little underhanded toss.
Well, now here we are again with first base open and 2 outs. You want to see Goldie get to swing the bat, but there's going to be no chance here. And he'll get another free pass. This is the 3rd time today that Paul Goldschmidt has been intentionally walked. You're on a list with Cabrera and Trout. You're doing something right.
I think there's going to be a lot of offensive lists this year that Goldie and Cabrera and Trout are going to find their names together near the top.
You are absolutely right. Goldie second in the National League in hitting at the start of play today, behind only the Marlins' D. Gordon. And Ciarte will take the at-bat with 2 on and 2 out. So the 4th walk today for Goldie, 3 of them intentional. 1 was unintentional, intentionally. And Ender Inciarte will be the hitter with 2 on and 2 outs. Ender singled way back in the 3rd. David Peralta injured a finger on a bunt attempt in the 1st inning and had to leave in the middle of his at-bat. Ender came in with an 0-2 count, grounded out, then took over for David in left field. He was not originally in the starting lineup, yet he's gone 1 for 7. There's the strike. Andy Green coaching at 3rd. Get down. Nope. Segura fighting that sun. You saw him hold the hand up there, blinded just as he caught it. Because anybody on that left side, as Bob mentioned, now looking up into that sunny window. Watch Segura try to fight that sun. But he makes the out, and the Diamondbacks once again strand 2 in extra innings. Their dugout. But El Nino back out there for the Diamondbacks. He's already thrown 52 pitches in relief. Came on to start the 12th. And Segura, the leadoff man, leads off the 15th. By the way, Paul Goldschmidt, with that last intentional walk, has become the first player in Diamondbacks history to reach base safely 7 times in one game. He has a homer, 2 singles, 4 walks, 3 of the walks intentional. That'll help the old on-base percentage.
I had months of my career when I didn't reach base 7 times.
Friendly's had a good month. He's reached base 7 times here in July. Let's see Manwaring do that. Segura 4 for 7. And he punches out to open up the Milwaukee 15th. Four strikeouts now for Nuno.
Quick arm of Nuno doesn't overpower hitters with his fastball, but it seems to jump on them a little quicker than they anticipate.
Gerardo Parra 1 for 7. Both these teams will be on an airplane if this game ever ends. Diamondbacks finally get to go back home. We play 3 against the Braves starting tomorrow, then 4 against the Mets. So get out to Chase Field this week and see the Diamondbacks. dbacks.com/tickets. Going to see Matt Harvey in that game for the Mets on Thursday. Brewers, after this one, start a 9-game, 10-day road trip. They go to St. Louis, Minnesota, Pittsburgh. Keep in mind they've lost 7 straight. They've been in last place for 52 days. Their starting pitcher tomorrow night's already pitching in this game today. And they start a 9-game road trip once this game ends. Hang with them.
Now, this is definitely one of those games that will force you to make some roster moves immediately after the game.
1-2.
A long time ago, the Brewers called up Tyler Wagner to start this ball game today.
Fly ball. AJ fighting that sun. Wow, is it bright out there. That sun coming in that window first base side is a real problem right now in center. The left fielder and the shortstop will have to fight anything that's not way up in the air.
Using that glove to shade his eyes, make sure he had a good bead on it, and makes the play.
2 down for Ryan Braun. Braun 1 for 6. RBI single and scored a run in the 5th. Walked in the 9th. All his hits in this series are singles. There's a strike 0-1. Braun moving up the Brewers' career list. Now 242 homers. He's only 9 behind the great Robin Yount as the franchise all-time leader. He's homered 8 times this month. Nuno ahead 0-2. Missed on a close one. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Oh, wow. That's a good spot, even though it's not a strike.
It's a really good pitch right there.
Yep. Right
field, right at Trumbo. Del Nuno rolling along so far. He's worked 4 innings of relief and given up just 1 hit, a single. We're going to the 16th at Miller Park.
All right, so here we go. Top 16, 6-6 at Miller Park here in Milwaukee. Steve and Bob, always a pleasure to be a part of Major League Baseball history, or at least ballpark history. And we can tell you this, we're setting a record here today for many things, but apparently the duration of this game, time of game at 5:23, that's the longest game ever played at Miller Park. We just moved beyond 5 hours and 22 minutes. The fireworks going off. And I just want to say thanks to my broadcast partner, Joe Borowski, for checking in every 5 or 6 seconds via text. He's inquiring if the sausages will race again in the 18th inning, and has asked if the pari-mutuel wagering windows are open by you guys. He'd like to put $20 on. No surprise here, the Polish dog. It's good to have a friend like Joe, though, you know, in your bullpen.
It's always nice when you can hit the sausage race quinella.
Yes, right.
Mark Trumbo. Yeah, well, here we are, BB. We had a bunch of these a couple of years ago. We set records in like 3 different ballparks.
Every other day we were setting a record.
Trumbo, Tomas, and Nuno. 5, 6. Is that right? 5, 6, and 7. Slow roller to Elian Herrera at third, and that's the first out here in the top of the 16th.
It's kind of amazing how quickly the smoke cleared after the fireworks with the panels and the roof closed. I thought that smoke from the fireworks would just hang in here, but very quickly cleared after the inning.
Yeah, amazing with the roof closed and everything that they were able to clear the smoke away after celebrating. Snacks. Yasmani Tomas. I know you're not a big fan of guys eating bananas in the dugout. Would you waive your...
I would make exceptions. I would prefer they go up the tunnel to have their snacks rather than stand on the top rail of the dugout, but that's all right. You know, I'd make an exception in a game like this. Just like I did in that 18-inning game in San Francisco. Hey, if we score a run, I'll buy pizza in the bottom half of the inning.
Spring training will be canceled.
We're just going to play golf in Tucson for a month.
Tomas 1 for 6. Single and scored in the second.
Look at that. Locally, it's about, what, 25 till 7. These guys ate breakfast this morning, and they've been playing ball ever since.
Yeah. Herrera, that's a fair ball. Long throw to first, and Tomas is thrown out to the end. Well, Del Nuno will take his second AB in the ball game. We've played that long. Diamondbacks have scored at least 7 runs in 13 of their 23 wins, and they're going to need to get at least 7 here if they want to win this one and complete this 3-game sweep, which will actually should probably count as a 4-game sweep if they can win this. Lunchroom, I'm told, is now out of coffee. That's just
bad news.
Getting reports, various reports. Well, don't hold your breath waiting for the go-ahead home run here. El Nino is up there against Garza.
Yeah, he lined out to left field in his first at bat. So Garza's pitching him like a hitter, throwing breaking balls.
Yeah, that fly ball he had his first time up looked good. Looked like it might find a gap.
Might have been the hardest hit ball in extras for the Diamondbacks.
Nunez done a great job on the mound, that's for sure. This is bounced to second base, Sardinez. The longest game in Miller Park history continues. Hurrah, hurrah. The bottom of the 16th is on the way from Milwaukee. Welcome back, fans, to the longest game in Miller Park history. It is ongoing as Carlos Gomez leads off the bottom of the 16th inning. We are at the 5:29 mark. This is the longest game this year. Of course, Red Sox and Yankees, 6:49.
That was a 9-inning game, wasn't it?
Might have been 6. Called D-back Nation hanging in as Nuno just threw the 423rd pitch in the ball game. That's combined for both sides. But the Diamondback bullpen has been outstanding last 8 innings by D-backs relievers. They've given up only 3 hits and no runs. Guys with cats. That's a strike, 2-1. Where do you stand on cats?
I think that's a good idea.
Shant disagree. Shant? 70 pitches for Nuno. 2-2 to Gomez. Not sure a cat needs a last name. There's a called strike 3. 5 Ks for Nuno. 1 down in the 16th. The zone is expanding a bit again.
Well, the umpires have flights too.
They don't charter, man. They got to be there when they need to be there.
Yeah,
right? So that strike zone could get a whole lot bigger in a hurry here.
I know when they can, they try to schedule the umpires a series in Chicago followed by a series in Milwaukee or vice versa to make the travel a little shorter. So hopefully that's the case for these guys. Just head down the freeway hour and a half and maybe work in Chicago tomorrow. Or maybe they're on their way to Miami. I don't know.
Ryan Blakeney, Hunter Wendelstadt, Bob Davidson, and Ben May, the crew here. They have to stand the whole time. You know, we have it easy. We got snacks up here and kale shakes, whatever Nate is making down there.
Told the Cubs and the Sox are on the road, so yeah, these umpires have a flight to catch somewhere. Yeah, you're right. Even the players get to go back every half inning and sit down in the dugout.
Bob Davidson, he's been standing out there for 5.5 hours.
There was a balk called, and he didn't even do it.
It's unbelievable. What are the odds? 5.5 hour game with a balk and Bob Davidson, and it wasn't his call. Probably feels left out. Jason Rogers 2 for 6, 2-2 from Nuno. High fly ball, left center field. Ender is there, 2 down.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think that's a case of communication there. Ender Inciarte looked over at A.J. Pollock in center. A.J. had his glove up, shielding his eyes from that sun we've been talking about all afternoon. So Ender streaked on over there and made the play in left center. Calling for it the whole way. He's in the shadows, no problem for him. A.J. Pollock was battling that sun.
And still is. Look at that. Walks into the shadow. Elian Herrera 0 for 6. Guy opened up the year with AAA Colorado Springs, hit .422 there in 11 games. They had some injuries, and now here he is. Well, Nuno has been outstanding once again. This is his 5th inning of work. He's given up just 1 hit, a single. He's walked 1. He's got 5 strikeouts, and he's ahead of Herrera 1-2. And he has been tremendous for the Diamondbacks since he was recalled from AAA Reno, pitching in relief. 2-2. Nope. Well, might get the call there, but it's full 3-2.
Boy, that was close.
Sardinius is on deck. Shallow right, long run for Trumbo, and he calls off Pennington and makes the catch, and Nuno has now retired 7 in a row. Nick Ahmed, he's homered in this series. He's coming up next.
for 12. I actually split the 12th inning into 2 different innings so I could get 13 in the book. But then you have to use the handout that they give us here in the press box and just continue on, make all the appropriate changes, and hopefully put a couple of dark squares up here where the Diamondbacks are hitting.
Yeah, I'm the same with you. I stop at 12. I'm deep into the sheet right now. And sooner or later that sheet is going to hit the fan. Pacheco leads off the 17th. Pacheco, Ahmed Pollock against Matt Garza. Diamondbacks have had their chances in extras, but they've stranded a whole bunch of runners. They left 16 on base in the ball game so far in what is already the longest game in the history of Miller Park. This is not a replay. This is still the same game. If you went away for a while and come back. Two teams have combined for 12 runs, 30 hits. They've left 31 on base. Little roller to shortstop for Segura. And Pacheco is retired, 1 away.
Mel Stoudemire Jr. recruiting a security guard out there in the Diamondbacks bullpen. Hey, can we use you to get a lefty out?
We're out of guys. Nick Ahmed. Nick singled his last time up. That was in the 15th. He's just 1 for 3. He came into the ball game in the 10th inning, and this is his 4th at bat. He's homered twice on this road trip so far. And that's ball 1. Yes, he went. So make it 0-1. Hunter Wendelstedt down there. You get to the 17th inning and you really would have had to hold up not to get rung up.
You have to just stand there motionless.
He flinched, he went. There's 2 for flinching. Boy, but El Nuno has been terrific from the Diamondback bullpen. Tried all last year to get him a win. Maybe we can get him one right here. Didn't work out as a starter. Maybe the trick is long relief. Over the mound, it caroms off the dirt. A tough play for Segura, and they can't get him. Ahmed's aboard. Took a funny little spinning hop off the dirt of that pitcher's mound there, and Ahmed, with good speed, beat it out up the line.
It should be an infield hit. Look where Segura starts from and where he ends up. Good range moving to his left. This throws in the dirt over there to Rogers, and he can't handle it. Maybe an extra step or 2 there before unleashing that throw to first base.
AJ 3 for 6. A home run shy of the cycle. Speaking of cycles, Aaron Hill, June 29, 2012, his second cycle that season. And it came here in Miller Park. Aaron was used as a pinch hitter back in the 9th inning, which was half a game ago. AJ RBI single. He stole a base in the 2nd, tripled and scored in the 4th, walked in the 9th and the 11th, doubled in the 13th, and popped up his last time up, which was in the 15th. There goes Ahmed.
Get down.
Segura charges, and they throw out AJ. Nick moves up with 2 outs. Cliff Pennington. Cliff 1 for 6. Had a sac fly, RBI in the 4th, singled in the 7th. Garza now at 51 pitches. He was supposed to be their starter tomorrow night in St. Louis. Goldie on deck. Jim Weber still there, hanging in the front row. He's a diehard.
He's hoping to get a pinch hit at bat here at some point.
There's Kimberly Riley down there as well.
A little 2-out something here, Penny.
Go ahead run at second, 2 down. Ball 1. D-backs, remember, have scored 102 2-out runs this year, the most in the major leagues. They have just 1 today. 1 more here would really work out nicely. 2-0. Penny has it safely in 4 straight. He's got 3 hits on the road trip.
A couple of close pitches for Garza here to start the sequence, falling behind 2-0. They really wanted those pitches because they know who's on deck.
Hashtag vote Goldie. Lines it right to Rogers, and they strand the go-ahead run in scoring position. And the longest game in Miller Park history goes to the bottom of the 17th inning. Tied at 60. Berthier, Bob Brentley, and Todd Walsh with you. On this getaway day, the longest game in Miller Park history, Fidel Nuno has been tremendous in relief. He has worked 5 innings. He's given up only 1 hit, a single. He's got 5 strikeouts. He's walked 3, 1 intentionally. Luis Sardinius leads it off for the Brewers. Oh, 0-2. All kinds of history here today. Paul Goldschmidt is the first player in Major League Baseball history with at least 3 hits and 3 intentional walks in the same game. Hashtag vote Goldie. Hey, now he's an all-star. Just gets a piece to stay alive. Nuno has retired the last 7 Brewers he's faced. And he's at 85 pitches, and he has been tremendous in relief this year so far.
Sir, you took a wrong turn.
What? Well, they really made some changes here.
They said they were going to remodel the ballpark.
I heard they were putting in new bleachers, but wow, this is really impressive. Where's the ivy? What, out there?
Yeah, there's a chance he watched the day game down in Chicago and then drove up the freeway and catch the extra innings here at Miller Park.
0-2.
Now, the Cubs are playing tonight, I believe. Aren't they the game of the world or something?
They played the Royals.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I think. Yeah, it's hard to remember what day it is.
I know.
Yeah.
When's that lunchroom opening up again?
Might have to reopen it.
Oh, nicest play of the day right there. Nice. Catch in the second deck by a fan. Nicely done, sir.
Take a look. Nice job. Lefty. Sardinius is fighting him off here. I mean, Nuno's at 90 pitches. You know they don't want to have to think about where to go after this because he's the Alamo here, but there is action in the Diamondback bullpen. Nuno in relief is working on a one-hit shutout. 90 pitches, 57 strikes, and he punches out Sardinius for his 6th strikeout. Hey, lefty.
Wow. We usually don't encourage texting and fielding, but that was a pretty nice play right there.
And a nice effort by Nuno to strike out Sardinius, a 9-pitch at bat with all those foul balls. All 9 pitches were strikes. So that's a hard-earned out number 1 here in the bottom of the 17th. Maldonado drives it deep to center. And the Brewers win it in 17. The longest game in Miller Park history is a Milwaukee walk-off. Maldonado, that's his 4th hit. A single, 2 doubles, and a walk-off homer. And it comes on the last day before the Brewers expect to get their starting catcher, Jonathan Lucroy, back from a toe injury. Maldonado wins it and ends a 17-inning game here in Milwaukee. A reminder, a cup of coffee with Dave Stewart starts now on Fox Sports Arizona. The Diamondbacks settle for 2 out of 3 at Miller Park. They win the series, but they lose the longest game in the history of this ballpark. Cup of coffee, Dave Stewart is next. Don't forget, Diamondbacks and Braves tomorrow from Chase Field, 6 o'clock pregame show on Fox Sports Arizona. For our entire crew, thanks for hanging in with us, D-backs fans, and we'll see you back home tomorrow against the Braves.